Zoom, zoom, zoom. Test, test. Levom ima.
Ne? Dobro jutro.
Good morning, everyone. We will be a couple of minutes late. We are waiting for one of our panelists who is about to present. And we will later on continue with a second panel and with projections, climate projections. Thank you.
Svih njih, oni meni samo deliveruju, ja im deliverujem, ja vraćam nazad. Tako je naša komunikacija mailom. Ja dobijem, vratim nazad, malo me zovu lokalne samouprave lobiraju za svoje projekte, malo ih ono ispod žita ubacujem, razumeš, ono. Ma nemam sa njim uopšte kontakt, shvataš? On samo kaže
I hope you can hear me, yeah? Yeah. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Stanislav Kim.
Dobro jutro, moje ime Stanislav Kim. Ja sam regionalni team leader u UNDP-u za klimatske promjene i otpornost na katastrofe. Htjela sam da vam poželim dobrodošlicu. Ovo je drugi dan naše
Separate type of meeting, which is not only about the experience of a flood, but it's about topic which I guess quite important and perspective for the whole countries of the Western Balkans. And let me invite my colleagues Fabrizio and Sandra for the welcoming session. So if you can take your seats and we will start.
Okay.
And you know, like UNDP for many years contributing in the development of certain capacity in this region, and not only in the Western Balkans, but across the region, trying to, you know, like to build a certain partnership around this particular topic, which is not well developed. And we know that there is a lot of lessons learned from floods, from earthquakes, and many other disasters which hit our region for the last decade. And we progress quite well in many areas, yes? So there are DRR strategy, there are institutions which have been established. And probably the only topic which still required a lot of support is risk financing. That's why our topic today is really to discuss, I mean, so what we can do together, what sort of, you know, joint efforts need to be, you know, like done from our side, and how we as UNDP can support our colleagues from the countries of Western Balkans, how we can cooperate with the private sector and with international partners regarding this particular topic. And with that, let me start facilitation of the first part, first sub-session, and invite my colleague, Fabrizio Andruzzi, who is a Deputy Resident Representative of UNDP Serbia, for his welcoming speech.
I hope it's working. Yes, it's working. Thank you, Stanislav. Good morning. Mr. Nedelovic, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be with you today and to be in this discussion concerning regional issues on disaster risk reduction and how we can keep pace with evolving increasingly severe, devastating.
Maybe to take the mic because the translator, they don't hear.
Okay, so 2 mics. We gathered with a shared concern how to keep pace with evolving and increasingly severe and devastating extreme weather conditions. No nation is fully prepared for extreme weather. This is a reality. We're seeing this every day. It's in the news. We are facing more and more extreme weather events. Not that we don't have extreme weather events in the past, but the frequency and the intensity is certainly high. So what we can do, knowing that there are limited financial resources, and those resources also need to be devoted to reconstruction very often. So this increases the vulnerability to disaster and stress the urgency to invest in adaptation measures and long-term planning, and whenever there is infrastructure, that this infrastructure is built in a resilient way, knowing that the scenario we're facing is bleak when it comes to extreme events, frequency and intensity of these events. For example, we can already talk about temperature rise. We have witnessed here in Serbia the hottest summer in record. In my own country, we are breaking record too every summer. So this is already an indication. Yes, global average can tell us we're kind of doing worse, right? But reality is that in single countries we are increasing much more what is the average prediction. And then this couples with the heavy rainfall, right? Heavy rainfall that is difficult to control, particularly in smaller river basins where sometimes it is difficult also for local municipality to deal with that. So there is certainly an importance of action that is not just at national level, it's also local level, but is well coordinated and requires careful planning. Now, are there solutions? Certainly there are opportunities, there are options that need to be considered more seriously. These include financial instruments and strategies to mitigate risks and enhance resilience. And of course, this goes beyond resource mobilization after a disaster. Again, it means to have in place financial tools such as insurance, catastrophe bonds, contingency funds that can address vulnerabilities and exposures in regions and sectors. These resources not only need to be available, but need to be made available quickly, swiftly, to avoid delays and to avoid issues that then communities in particular face in the aftermath of disaster. Even in my own country, we had the devastating floods in 2023. The same region got the same amount of rainfall just a month ago, with similar municipalities affected, and only few of them managed to recover from the previous flood. So, and there were some delays. Again, this is also the challenge we have as administrations. So I'm not finger pointing, I'm just saying nature is placing now an additional burden on whoever needs to manage territories, and therefore swiftness, not only in action when it comes to save lives, for example, civil protection that has achieved, that we heard also yesterday from the experience from the floods, remarkable standards compared to 20, 30 years ago. So there is swift action for immediate assistance, relief, but also for recovery and reconstruction. The availability of funds need to be swiftly made available, and then mechanisms need to be in place to accelerate on recovery and then protect. Therefore, I called before for resilient infrastructure to take into account that these events will recur with same intensity, very similar intensity in the near future. Before was years, now we're even talking about months. And so that's quite important to take into account. So this, of course, doesn't only look at infrastructure regards livelihoods. Agribusiness is heavily impacted, for example, from floods, or small medium enterprises, companies that are also affected by disasters that can inundate or landslide that can disrupt logistics and supply chains. So the aspect of the livelihoods also, recovering livelihoods in a sustainable, resilient manner is also very important. So we hope that today, in this type of conferences, we are seeking this type of solutions. We have expertise and we have experiences that can be shared and can be built to address these threats and address these challenges that we are facing because of climate change. But also I look forward to tools like Disaster Risk Register, the updated version that are really key to have an understanding and have also an accessible understanding of the situation, and data can be extremely powerful also to supply those mechanisms, financial mechanisms, for example, that can address disaster recovery. And so it's not just, let's say, mapping risk, but it's an important set of data that can be used also to address actions and set in place tools to address the disaster risk. So with this, I would like to, again, wish everyone a very productive session. I will be also pleased to stay and hear more about the Disaster Risk Register today. And with this, I'd like to hand over the floor to Stas.
Thank you very much, Fabrizio, for your welcoming. Indeed, you are perfectly summarized the reason why UNDP step in this particular thematical area. Yes, so with the modern, trends and with the effect of climate change, I mean, disastrous reduction issue is being prioritized globally in this region, yeah. And it's obvious that with the instruments in place, we will not be able to be resilient, to what is going on and what is coming. And indeed, yeah, so let us once again to reiterate that UNDP is really willing to support all of us to find a solution which will be suitable for everyone. And with that, let me invite our dear colleague, Sandra Nedeljkovic, for, I guess you know her very well, for, all the work she did in the area of disaster risk reduction. And I would very much welcome your speech, really to help us to understand, certain understanding at the national level, why, the issue of risk financing is so important, and what is, from your position, is the way forward.
Thank you very much, and good day, good morning. In our work over the past decade, we have worked not only on the setting up the system and reforming the system of disaster risk management in Serbia, but also we put a lot of emphasis on DRF, disaster risk financing. So we are all aware that disaster risk financing means that we need to be prepared for the recovery. So we need to have money for the recovery after the disaster strikes. And Serbia adopted in 2017, I don't know if you are aware of this, in 2017 we have adopted disaster risk financing, the National Disaster Risk Financing Program, which somehow stayed unimplemented until today. So one part of the program is implemented. In 2018 we signed one agreement with the World Bank. It's called KDDO. It's a financial instrument for contingency planning for the recovery process. So one part of the disaster risk financing program, when the objective was to be more prepared, since the Republic of Serbia has a cash budget, means that we are planning annually. We don't have contingency in our budget system. So, and we don't have enough money when a disaster strikes. So when a disaster like in 2014, in 2019 and 2023, because that was the years that we have compared, in our budget, it was not enough, but in 2018, we have started with implementing KDDO, and this, let's say, arrangement with the International Bank is, first you need to be prepared, you need to have the system put in place, you need to have the legal framework, and you need to have the institutions that will lead the process. So up to 2018, we fulfill all the obligations that we have due to agreement. And when we had the disaster in 2018, we disbursed the money, and we had the money in 48 hours. So this is very fast and swift solution to have money when this is in need. Over the past decade, we developed together with Swiss Re one instrument for the municipalities, but due to the legal framework that does not cover this kind of instrument, we couldn't apply in Serbia. So maybe this could be a subject in future to discuss about various financial instruments that could be applied in Serbia and also in the region. I'm really looking forward to be today in this, since the market of insurance is something that we haven't covered over the decade, and it is, in my opinion, the only thing that Serbia did not achieve. So when we are speaking about prevention, about response, about recovery, so everything is set up legally, institutionally, and yesterday we saw how much Serbia had invested in preventive infrastructure and in flood protection, but the insurance system somehow doesn't work. And when we're speaking about the individual houses, it is less than 5%, the insurance for the disaster and natural disasters. And also when we're speaking about insurance in the agriculture, even though the government is giving up to 70% of the subsidies, still it's around 10 or 15% in Serbia. So it's very low, meaning that the government needs to step in and to create a good, let's say, atmosphere for the insurance. And even though the government is giving the state aid in the recovery process for the citizens, the state aid is not enough for the recovery of their homes and their livelihood. So still we really are in need for the risk transfer, and that's why I think that this topic is very, very important, and we need to speak about this and to go further in implementing our strategies. Thank you very much. If you have any question, I am here today.
Yes, thank you, Sandra. Indeed. I mean, as you said, Serbia and many other countries in the region, they did quite a lot. I mean, in the DRR, as been mentioned. Yeah, but still, wherever anything happened, I mean, it's really crystallized. I mean, the scale of issue we have. Yeah, and even if you know, like we are much better in saving lives with the search and rescue, with many other elements, but from the economic perspective, we are still very much in the hand of weather. Yeah, so whatever it will happen or not. And unfortunately, I mean, all the countries of this region, they are not rich enough to be able to afford a large-scale type of things. We are more or less successfully managing small events, which is a local one, but in case if something happened in scale of 2014, and recent flood in Bosnia, it's been a sad reminder for all of us that actually we cannot really just ignore this issue, yeah, and pretend that nothing is happening. It's happening, and it's always better to be prepared. And you know, the point at what you said, indeed, we need to think regarding each particular country in the Western Balkans, and for here we are ready to discuss specificity of what is going on the ground, but also should consider whatever is possible at the sub-regional level, considering that all the countries, they are relatively small in economic perspective, and that's why for international insurance, reinsurance companies, it's much interesting to support you and consider as a sub-region. And maybe that's also an option which we can discuss. For the last few years, UNDP progressed very well, and we established even a special unit, which is the IRF, Insurance and Risk Financing Facility, and we have our colleagues, Tuga, who will be facilitating 3 sessions today. And that will be the opportunity really for us to find a way what to do. And as I said, it's not a first conference, but for us, you know, it's a certain step we really wanted to have a certain decisions, how we will be moving and how UNDP actually will be structuring its work in the region of Central Asia. Because when we started in 2018, 2019, we've been just discussing certain basics. What exists at the global level, yes, so what sort of instruments available, but it's been very much theoretical, and it's been more like really to build a certain capacity between our counterparts, and most important, at the government level. Yeah, but right now, I mean, it's a time for us really to think what exactly we can do, and probably among 4 priorities of Sendai framework, the risk financing component is the most promising for all society involvement, and cooperation in between not only international institutions and government, but also with the private sector. And that's maybe another stream of our discussion today, and we will be providing platform for that. With that, let me thank you, our dear speakers, Fabrizio and Sandra, for their welcoming, and close the first sub-session. I try to save as much time as possible because we started a bit later. Yeah, so I really wish you a very interesting discussion, and maybe the last message from my side. So we really wanted to make it as a working type of meeting here, so not official, let's say, speeches, but we really want to hear your feedback, your suggestions from the auditory. That's why I would really request you all to be active, I mean, in the discussion sessions, and whatever will be presented from our end, we would be very happy to hear your feedback, really to be able to structure, as I said, our work wherever it will be, you know, like moving in a good way, not only in Serbia, but in the whole region at all. Thank you, and let me applaud.
I would like to greet you once again on behalf of the United Nations Development Program as the organizer of today's conference. And of course, this panel devoted to the links between climate change and DRM. I am Miroslav Tadic, program analyst in the country office of the UNDP in Serbia. Our panelists are Jelena Jašović, Deputy Head of the Directorate for Civil Protection and Risk Management of the Ministry of Interior, Darko Vučetić, Assistant Director of the State Geodetic Authority of Serbia, Professor Dr. Ana Vuković-Vimić from the Agricultural Faculty of the University of Belgrade, Ms. Ana Repac from the Ministry for the Environment, and Mr. Goran Mihajlović, Assistant Director of the State Hydrometeorological Institute of Serbia. Welcome to today's panel. By way of introduction, I would just like to summarize our discussions yesterday, where we had the opportunity to hear a lot of information about the losses and damage and that Serbia incurred after the catastrophic floods of May 2014. Even after those disastrous floods, we have had sporadic torrential rains and other extreme weather events in 2016, 2018, 2020, supercell storms in 23 and 24, and extreme droughts in 2017, 2022, 2024. In this period, since 2014, we nevertheless managed to remedy damages and losses by investing 1.5 billion euro thanks to the state's quick response in terms of investing in recovery. In 2019, we had 46 million, and in 2024, double that amount. It was invested into infrastructure, but also the capacity of the first responders and purchase of equipment. Unfortunately, weather extremes persist, and they are higher in intensity and more frequent. We had 9,000 more forest wildfires this year relative to last year. So from extreme floods and rainfall, extreme rainfall and floods, we are shifting to extreme droughts. And when we talk about 2014, these extremes were not unique. They will be more frequent and more intense. Unfortunately, the biggest damage and losses that is from droughts ever since 2000. Almost 7 billion euro in losses and damages as a result, as a consequence of severe droughts. We could have used these funds for various other ways, like treatment of wastewaters and in other areas, but this has not been possible. Today's panel will present the projections in the next 10 years, and we will see what the useful tools and measures can help us adapt to new climate conditions and how to mitigate losses. I will present now and give the floor to Mrs. Jelena Jašović and Mr. Darko Vučetić, who will tell you in more detail about the disaster risk register and its functionalities. I will explain the new functionalities that will be introduced, and we will be presenting 3 scenarios: simulation and planning in cases of wildfires, affecting agriculture, electrical infrastructure, settlements, and forests, landslide scenario, and floods in mountainous areas. The data used for the development of these scenarios were produced under the project EU for Public Health Protection in Serbia and Disaster Resilience. Thank you, Miroslav, on this very extensive introduction. This introduction is very important to set the scene to present the disaster risk register. I would like to really praise this excellent event organized by the UNDP. It is a great pleasure and honor for me to have the opportunity to present the DRR register. I was part of the working group that developed this register. We had several members. One of them, and a reliable partner, was the Geodetic Authority of Serbia. So I'd like to thank them on this serious endeavor and accomplishment. And I'd like to thank the UNDP for recognizing the importance of this issue, this topic, which is also an obligation mandated by the law. They fully supported us in the first and in the second phase of this process and enabled us, facilitated our work in establishing this disaster risk register. Hopefully one day it will be as we initially envisaged it. The disaster risk register is a special information system of geodetic information, and it is aligned with the GeoSerbia digital platform. It is available, accessible on the Geodetic Authority's website, and it has more than 300 sets of data. It is clear that we had to ask for support for this disaster risk register to integrate both existing risks that we identified and that needed this geological baseline. The law says that the register is an interactive register database that will present identified risks of disaster risks on the territory of Serbia. The register is established by the Ministry of Interior according to the law in cooperation with the Geodetic Authority and other stakeholders and agencies that are required to collaborate on this in this process depending on their remit in the area of the RR. The road to developing this register was not easy, and it was gradual. We have to focus on the topic of today's regional conference, the floods of 2014 that really were a turning point and changed the way we think and our awareness on disasters. This event showed that disasters do not occur only on other continents far, far away. It happens in our cities, in our countryside, in most of Serbia, and that we need to change our approach to identifying, recognizing potential risks, identify them. This was a gradual process. There were several conditions that we had to meet before this register was established, and we had to change our mindset in all of our country, in the including Ministry of Interior, Sector for Emergency Management, and and this is an ongoing process. It's an idea that is constantly evolving, and even by 2016, we included more functionalities, identifying existing risks in Serbia, specifying the hazards that can impact Serbia. And it recognized 12 groups of hazards. I will remind you of these hazards, groups of hazards, because they will all one day be a part of the disaster risk register: earthquakes, landslides, rock slides, erosion, floods, extreme weather events, lack of drinking water, pandemics, epidemics, plant diseases, animal diseases, zoonotic diseases, that is, seismological, radiological, and nuclear hazards. And the 12th hazard group is terrorist attacks. That is the remit of other services and agencies. With the adoption of the law on DRR, Article 22 prescribes the direction and the remit of the disaster risk register. This register is defined by the law as a geographic information system database addressing risks on the territory of Serbia, disaster risks. This article prescribes the remit of the or the jurisdiction, the competence over the DRR. We had a risk assessment at national level where all agencies, ministries identified and located the individual risks relative to hazards and provided location references, because the assessment was made based on a scenario, a worst case scenario and the most likely scenario. So each institution individually developed some of the scenarios, and this is really a very complex document and a first of its kind here in Serbia. And to a great extent, it affected the disaster risk register in the way it looks now. We had adopted bylaws based on Article 22 of the law that I mentioned, a rule on establishing and maintaining the disaster risk register, the regulation on the obligations of all entities of the agencies of the system that are required to provide data, disaster risk related data, and the format of the data, and everything that is required to establish the register. In 2019, we established a working group, specifically the Ministry of Interior, and the conditions were set, the scene was set to start our work. The Republic Geodetic Authority took, their role was to establish and maintain this technical infrastructure for access and use of data in the disaster risk register. So now we have arrived to the first phase of this process that where we started implementing the roadmap. The colleagues from the economic sector gave us their input and data. We've already presented previously earthquakes, fires, landslides, and floods. These were the first hazards that we mapped and that became functional. In the second stage, these were elaborated further and clarified in more detail and better defined. And we were then ready to embark on the second stage phase of the establishment of the register, which envisaged the integration of other groups of hazards. However, we had a setback in the epidemic, or rather pandemic, a global epidemic, coronavirus, and our ministry recognized that we need to include the public health risks as a group of risks. My colleague Mr. Rancic spoke about this yesterday and explained the link between health hazards and the other components included in our project. It was also important to specify the roles of the institutions, the stakeholders in maintaining and using the register. The interest was great by all institutions such as universities, colleges, civil society organizations, humanitarian organizations. They all wanted to find their role, to have a role in the visibility and in the use of this disaster risk register. This was very important for us. By involving other stakeholders, required additional resources and of course identifying and setting the roles for each of them. We needed to specify analytical tools to see who needs what and as the register is used to a much greater extent than we expected. In the second stage, this project grew and even beyond the legal statutory framework. It is a system that provides reliable data services and apps that enable us to analyze risk data. And it brings a new approach to disaster risk management in Serbia. So who was involved in the second phase of development of the disaster risk management? We, of course, endeavored to include all hazards. In addition to the first four groups I mentioned, we included man-made hazards, epidemics, pandemics, lack of drinking water, plant diseases, animal diseases. I already mentioned epidemics and pandemics. Data on critical infrastructure are included. This is key, crucial. This is energy infrastructure, water management infrastructure, traffic and road infrastructure, public health infrastructure, environmental protection. Also, we included the statistical office data, the climate atlas data here, and in the first phase, lest I forget, we also included the public investment management office data on all renovated, reconstructed infrastructure post 2014. So we had a whole cycle of DRR and construction and reconstruction works. In the second phase, we had to align with the national assessment of risks of disaster, and we really were supported by data produced by all stakeholders, and thus we could verify and double-check everything. There are layers and layers of information here. On the left side, you see, on the right side, you see a flooded area. On the second picture, land registry parcels, land lots. On the third, infrastructure, critical infrastructure of public interest, whether hospital or schools or etc. I mean, fire extinguishing facilities. And on the last picture, you see the rail and road infrastructure. So we have the context. These are spatial data that require the interlinking of interconnectedness of various data. The register is a primary source of relevant information at national level when it comes to disaster risk assessment and envisage prevention, but also intervention and recovery post-disaster, including reconstruction. On the other side, the register also provides key data for decision makers and support decision makers and in providing solutions. What are the positive effects of the disaster risk management? You will be able to see by yourself. We provide visualization of risks, interoperability and accessibility of data. And in fact, the system can analyze according to criteria you enter. It is very efficient. You can efficiently and easily access geospatial data and to manage risks. And so information for decision makers and making decision is of primary importance of our register. The use of the register depends on its functionalities, and if we find this information useful, they will be developed further. Last but not least, we believe it is very important to plan investments, mitigate losses in the which are related to investment projects. So if you have a landslide, we need to realize that the landslide has to be sanation, or has to be the remedying of the landslide has to be planned in advance. So when it comes to data collection, this is how this look like who all participated in providing data. Ministry of Health, Institute for Public Health concerning pandemics and epidemics, and public health facilities to strengthen visibility of the public health sector. When it comes to the public health facilities, we have listed all capacities and with their locations, and we have this kind of data for the entire territory of Serbia. We've collected data on previous epidemics and pandemics, which show us the frequency of such events. So this aspect is covered as well.
I do hope that next slides related to the register and the technical database show what are the functionalities of the register. This was just a brief about the development of the register and the legislative basis that we needed to touch upon, but I believe that the shot photos will show you the functionalities of the register, so I will kindly ask colleague Darko Vucetic to continue. Well, I need your assistance because I'm an expert. I'm not vis-a-vis risk management. I'm simply in charge of the technical part, as Jelena has already mentioned. I was in charge of the technical infrastructure setting and geospatial data. She explained the project implementation. My role at my work is to solve problems, and I didn't do a single thing at this project. I was quite gratitude where the colleague delegated me to present this, but it speaks a volume about the enthusiasm, knowledge, and the general idea, enthusiasm for the establishment of this register. Register, as Jelena has mentioned, has went beyond register. It is a digital platform for informed decision based on the geospatial and other data. And before I embark into the example sharing, I wanted to draw your attention to one important thing, and that is that the whole platform and the infrastructure is based and related to the global framework, which are important for the establishment of an entity, of a functional entity. I refer primarily to the framework for the efficient land registration, then the framework for the management of the geospatial data, DIGIF, and what is quite important for this part of the story, and not many people are aware of, is that the geospatial data, actually that there is a framework for geospatial data for DRR, and how they need to be placed. Further on, we did in line with different standards, OECD standards, which helped us to, in addition to data, integrate some other good data into the risk register. I know that you participated in the Climate Atlas, and I congratulate you. It was quite an important project that is integrated in this register, and it enabled the different functionalities, such as you see, browser, measuring, selection of the topics, and so forth and so forth. Now you wonder why all of this framework, why? To be able to respond to the famous question, can I do it with a click? Well, the answer here is no, but in 2-3 clicks you can get a magic that is provided by this register to its user, that a kind of a semi-automatic or automatic analysis, management over the analytical tools, and reaching and getting some information in an efficient and a safe way. Just as an example, we mentioned the landslides and the floods and how many infrastructures and objects are under the threat in that specific area, and that is a core of the system. But we had a lot of work. A lot of work was done prior to this. Before showing the example, I wanted Jelena to step in once again and make an intro for the scenarios, and then I would explain the images that you will see. Well, idea of the comparisons that we wanted to show you when we speak about 3 scenarios. The first, fire in the National Park Tara. I need to say that this scenario has been recognized in the DRR, national DRR, and the scenarios were developed by the colleagues from the Ministry of Agriculture for the Forestry Administration with the emergency management sector, and the colleagues from the firefighting unit that shared with the data about the events. The event was explained in details and the consequences, and the event has shown a serious category of risks, a serious risk with serious consequences. I'm reiterating the word serious because depending upon what the climate and meteorological events is further spread and last. So we recognize that event as an event that is the scenario of unwanted event with the most severe consequences. When we observe these consequences per health and life, bearing in mind that and ecology and economy, for we've been supported in there by the Ministry of Environmental Protection. You see that we recognize the serious consequences to lives of citizens, that 500,000 people are under the danger at the territory covered by this fire. So when you imagine that this is an event in the national park, something that is protected by the law, where we have special types of plants, variety of plants, protected species of animals. So I don't want to further explain why that economic and ecological aspect is at the highest level. So you will understand why that fire, and you know that in Serbia we had a lot of fires. I don't want to list them all in which territories of Serbia, but this one is a specific fire, and you will see how the risk are recognized it and how the register observed it. So this is the image from the national assessment The text is condensed and summarized that it could happen in the part of south and southeast part of the mountain, that the intensity could and the duration from 10 to 15 days, that it could cover 10,000 acres, and the parts of some tourist settlements, and thereby a huge and that event occurs in August when a drought did what it did. What are the protected area in this segment? The evacuation of 1,500 population. So the reference incident, you see that we had the fire in 1972 of the similar intensity, and in 2012 that's how the risk register presented in the best way and the most specific way, and in which analysis. So when we identify a certain event and we map it, you determine its located. All 170 data sets that are available in a standardized fashion in the register are available for the analysis. So in here, in that area, in the risk register, we have all watercourses, all water infrastructure for the needs of this response. This reaction we've selected, we selected those water where the water could be caught, and in that category the selection was on the lakes and watercourses of the first order, where it is exactly located, the width, the distance from the incident, and all other relevant information to response. Not only that, for instance, it is possible to see and analyze the forest, vegetation, to identify where are the privately owned and state-owned forests with all accompanying categorizations and classifications. But what is also important is the type of the forest vegetation due to the different analysis and where the fire would spread and expand, and cross-referencing with the other data, with such as and wind, then you can see a prediction in which direction it might go. What Jelena mentioned, 1972 in the risk register, and for the needs of the assessment and for different types of the analysis, you can see the history of the fires at a specific location. We've singled out PER in 2020 with the information of the type of the fire, but also what kind of the vegetation was under the threat, so as to be able, to be able to know the current situation and then to predict to a large extent the future. If we delve deeper into this system, we see that the risk register enable that for that territory under the danger, we can get a lot of other information which are very important, and in this case, the number of facilities under the threat in line with the property real estate cadastre and the records on those not entered. I am from the cadastre, but we enable both to be covered with the basic classification, such as a residential building, auxiliary buildings, and the facilities that are not covered by this register of real estate. What I'm proud to show you refers to the data on the massive appraisal of the real estate, and it found its first application in the risk register, and it concerns that based on different mathematical models data, the Republic Geodetic Authority made the appraisal of all real estates in Serbia. So based upon that, we can see the value of each and every house, flat type of the land, either construction or not, which is quite important when predicting, but also for rehabilitation and for prevention. In the risk register, we have it all completed for the flats, but as we would be getting the reliable data for other models, those data would be integrated proudly in the risk register. But so you can see the flats that are under threat amounts to 1 million and something dinars. We also integrated, when it comes to the population, we integrated the latest census data. So you can see the number of other statistical data, such as the number of population at threat, number of male-female population, flats, households, all of those items that were under the census. So we want to have it not at the level of statistical number, but at the level of addresses. So we want to have it fully functional as the system requires. We have the mapped list of all healthcare institution, firefighting units. It's not only location, that's the bottom line, but each and every facility has the most important things, which is capacities. How many beds in the hospitals, experts, medical experts at that location to be able to respond and plan and so forth. So you can also see their location, but you can also see the locations of all other infrastructural facilities or agriculturals of the dairy farms, poultry farms, and all other pig farms. Everything that is important for decision-making responses in this kind of situation, but also for human life rescuing and live cattle. Now we entered into the critical infrastructures, and the farms and the dairy facilities are critical infrastructure for the food provision. So what would afterwards might be jeopardized? Now we are going to the part of the critical infrastructure, which is the road infrastructure and the grid of, yes? The critical infrastructure is also covered by the risk register, and you can see not only the location and not only, you can get all other attributes that are necessary, passability, accessibility, width, length, section of the infrastructure on the threat. We see that there are roads, but also electrical grids. In other situation, you will be able to see other parts of critical infrastructure. What is also quite important, again, I'm from the cadastre, it is the jeopardized plot, land, and the way those plots are used. So here you can see it classified per ownership type, but you can see it with the purpose of the land and the way the land is used. So when presented in such a way, it can be cross-referenced with any of the data and to get the information, but it is also visually possible that someone who is making decision, at first glance, they could know what is more presented in here, whether it's privately owned real estate or state-owned. The next, my apologies, prior to focusing on the landslide, we need to go back. And just to say that, for instance, we in here cross-reference the data of the Ministry of Agriculture, Water Management, Forestry and Water Management, Forestry Administration, Emergency Management Sector, Republic Geodetic Authority, and Geodetic Institute. Of course, Emergency Management Sector per events that were referenced. So you had the different layers of different data, and what is the related to the metrics and the data from the scenario from the national DRR assessment is the statistical data, where we have 561 human being that was under the threat in this area, that was compatible with something that we predicted back in 2019, where we simply assessed did a rough assessment. So the register data gave us a precise data that we recognize rightly the consequences to the health and lives of population. So let's continue with the landslides. The example of the landslide, we've selected the landslide in the territory of town of Smederevo. Why Smederevo? Because in the previous stage we've get a dot data about the landslides that did not tell us a lot about the level of threat, the level of risk. The recognized locations were numerous, so the next stage implied that we need to enrich those data and give them the additional content to get the area, to see how they work, whether the landslides are active or not. Something Smederevo and Danube, there is in that area there is a huge landslide that is connected, and you would be able to see how it spread. But at the same time, disaster risk assessment for Smederevo 2020 recognize this risk, and in this case the data from the assessment were not compatible with the risk, and the assessment of 2020, what the register show us. Through the register we got more detailed and more comprehensive data, and they would in a quality fashion show what is the advantage of the register. Thank you very much, but time-wise, if we could, despite the fact that the risks are quite important, but simply when we reach to the risk register, we finalized with the type of the land and the purpose of the land. This is the area that is under the threat of the landslide. I would really love to mention Geodetic Institute, because we've been working ever since the inception from them on updating and collecting the information and data, because starting from the dots, now we've got the polygons in here, and that thanks to this project we've actually stimulated a snowball through which we will continue improving the data. This is the result of the cooperation, that in addition to what we were able to see, we can see that in that area that is covered by landslide, which is huge, that there are more than 1,800 removable real estates with all the containing data that you can see on the slide. And what I would like to reiterate is that the estimated value of the real estate on this area on the landslide, and as you can see the population under the threat with the gender structure taken from the census and integrated into risk register, but many others. Out of 170 sets of data that are integrated, you can see some of them. You can see where are the location and information about the public purpose facilities, kindergarten center for daycare, stadiums, community facilities, and all other public facilities. For instance, that the kindergarten has the number of the kids, but also the critical infrastructure that we observe in that territory. There is a huge water main, sewage main, electrical grids, gas, telecommunication network, everything that you cannot see with your eye, but the information is provided that beneath the earth we've got all those mains. And this is quite important in this kind of situation. Definitely the risk assessment could not have assumed this. They lowered the level of the risk and the number of population under the threat. So in here we have a specific data, and we can see the number of the facilities, huge polygon, and the drastically higher number of the population under the threat that the assessment could have predicted. And you can see the location of the critical infrastructure, where in the previous assessment that was not possible. What is another important thing, and Elena has already mentioned, those are the location of the healthcare institution close to that incident, such as hospitals, with all other information that are necessary, which are the capacities, what are the wards, experts working there, and so forth. Locations. I don't know. Someone has a question. Can this data be downloaded or simply observed? Yes, you can download all of those data. That's the most important part. You're the first. There is the location for evacuation and the firefighting and rescue units. Okay, you cannot download cadastre of infrastructure. You've got those are the protected data. But certain data that are under the license and open, you can download. Thank you very much. Location for evacuation, firefighting units, and rescue units with all their capacities. And what is quite important, Seveso installations are integrated. Those are the that is quite important data, and that is thanks to the fact that we did everything in line with standards, so we were able, so whatever is done in line with the standard can be integrated into the IT system. Now, to conclude, I would just show you a 3D simulation of the flood wave for, this is not a standard part of the platform, but is something showing us that whatever we did so far, it indicates that we can go into that direction, and the experts that are doing the modeling and analysis could use this data for a detailed and more precise analysis and ultimately for decision making. If you could play a video, we will remain silent.
Da, ovdje je bio i zvuk, ja ne znam.
Imamo zvuk idealno.
Let's see if we can get sound too with this video. Okay, before we solve the technical problems, we have, this is what this data was collected from the water management colleagues working in the water management department. So this is a 3D simulation of a flood wave of 100-year high waters. We combined the digital terrain model, which we did for these areas at risk with flood-prone areas, with which we did in cooperation with our with all the institutions. And as I mentioned, you can see as the flood wave is visualized, you can see the model, and you can identify each and every facility on this map. And this is not something that is part of the disaster risk register, but the disaster risk register is a pre-requirement for us to be able to do this type of projections in the future. This is based on data of the Water Directorate, Serbia Waters, Vojvodina Waters. They provided data for second class rivers, tributaries, all those that can lead to floods after heavy precipitation. And as we saw recently in Bosnia and Herzegovina, this was a flood with similar characteristics, and this film shows us what this looks like. And each one of you can access the register, the risk register, www.geoserbia.rs, and access the system and the register and use it. These were all the institutions. Here on this slide, we listed the institutions that helped us by providing data for the disaster risk register. Its full functionality will be fully functional by the end of 2025. Thank you so much, Jelena. This is a fantastic presentation. I think we have a tool that is really unique, as well as its functionalities, and this is what we need most. And as you said, Žarko, we can connect this with the climate atlas. it is important to have also be able to project climate parameters that we can consider, that we need to and must consider to mitigate risks and mitigate damage and losses. And now, this is we are about halfway through our panel, first panel of the day. So we have now two Annas, Anna Vukovic-Vimic and Anna Repac from the Environmental Ministry, Anna Repac, and Agricultural Faculty, Anna Vukovic-Vimic, and Goran Mihailovic from the Hydrometeorological Institute. Now we will talk about extreme weather events, and we will try and see. Anna, I would like to ask you to take the floor and tell us, well, what the new developments are when we look at the parameters for Serbia. What will be characteristic specific for 2024, 2025, what we can expect in the following decades related to the risks that we mentioned in the register. The risk register has a huge potential for the future, at least from, in my opinion, for quickly, rapidly sharing information with the general public, information of risks, including new risks that are emerging due to climate change. I'm from the Faculty of Agriculture, so food production is one sector when we can apply this. There are other areas that we can include if we have this register in the when we complete this register in the future. So, observation of a multi-year period that were showing a moderate risk have now intensified, accelerated, and risks are increasing, and in the future risk projections, risks are going to be intensified. The point is that the level of risk is changing due to climate change. So perhaps later on we will talk about improving the risk assessment methodology, because the goal is for us to be prepared to emerging extreme events and that are coming, and not only looking back. We have to look forward. The entire infrastructure of the register is in place, and this was the most demanding part of this project. And we have a lot of digitalized data that were not earlier geo-referenced and available. You asked if you could download data. Yes, you can, and the methodology is being developed further and improved further. So how can we link this to the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction with climate change and adaptation? How can we integrate these two blocks and make them work together? Because this is important for resilience of the country and globally, for climate change adaptation and mitigation. What lies ahead? For instance, the frequency of droughts has increased. We used to have one drought every decade, every 10 years. Now we have one drought every 5 years. And what lies ahead for us is that mid-century, 2041 to 2060, this is a turning point, and where we will see whether the climate will stabilize or will continue, or whether they will continue to accelerate, which depends on the Paris Agreement implementation. But we know what is likely to happen, and this problem is going to intensify. So every year in Serbia, in its whole territory, we will have a risk of drought. And strong droughts, severe droughts will occur. Let's mention the one in 2012 that cost more than the 2014 floods in terms of losses and damage, 2.5 billion. I forgot whether it's euro or dollars, I'm sorry. And 2017, we had, and 2020, 2023, and 2022 as well. And we're still waiting for full assessment and evaluation of what all happened, but damages are abundant and different for each and every sector. Each sector has specific damages and losses. The severe droughts, like in 2012, will occur mid-century. We will have 3 to 4 droughts per decade for every 10 years, in every 10-year period. So we can see droughts are intensifying and damages are increasing. We haven't done much to reduce damage, mitigate damage. Heat waves. And all extreme weather events are monitored by the Hydrometeorological Institute. I am here to analyze and make projections for the future. Heat waves are increasing. We didn't have in the past heat waves every year. Now, on average, we have 3 heat waves per year, likely to increase to 5 times per year, periods with extreme high temperatures, which can trigger droughts, of course. And we've had so many extreme events this year that citizens have realized what increased climate variability means. Heat wave and droughts in the spring, beginning of spring, then a moderate weather period, pleasant one for us, and then heavy rainfall, and finally heat wave, especially the July heat wave that triggered the drought and exacerbated the drought. The damages and losses are high, and this is what we can expect in the future as well. In addition to the droughts that are the most complex for analyzing, we have increased precipitations, 100% more intense precipitations relative to the past, whereas moderate rainfall events are decreasing. This will continue in the future. Storms, T-storms, other storms, hailstorms is affecting an increased territory of the country and the cities and the countryside. In addition to climate hazards related to extreme weather events, we had climate change hazards in terms of impact on soil and land and water resources. We have projected that the maximum flows will be increasing and moderate and low will be decreasing. And the period of low flow of the waters will be increasing in the coldest part of the country. And well, in terms of average figures, these are not huge changes, but the annual variability is increasing significantly, and this is something we need to adapt to. When it comes to the digital climate atlas, it was developed to bring together experts and allow them to use this data for their needs related to work, to assess the needs and assess the risks of climate change. So biodiversity, impact forestry, impact in the forestry sector, agricultural sector, and they can download this data, take them over and use them in their work. It is useful for the climate scientists. They need to have free access to such data for them to be able to analyze changes, how they impact and how they will impact in the future. what kind of impact they will have in the various sectors. We want to expand the group of experts who will be involved in finding solutions. My faculty is doing a lot with students, and we have easy access to this data as well as our students. It is also useful. It could be introduced to high schools, secondary education. It is useful to all kinds of users, whether advanced or beginner level. So it can be used by experts and scientists, but also laymen can just access data and use it for their own purposes. So the point is for everyone to have universal access and to find solutions. It is also, for us, it is very useful to, and another key component is the monitoring of climate change, which we are doing with a lot more data and much better analysis of weather extreme events. And this is the task of the Hydrometeorological Institute. They have a bigger role in this domain, not only in terms of risk assessment, but also in terms of alerting of extreme weather events, etc. Okay, in any case, it seems that the ice age is yet to come. It's not imminent. Still, well, yes, there is an explanation about this, but it is a more complex. It is a complex story due to the slowdown of ocean water circulation. This whole story is also a consequence of global warming, but the outcome is uncertain. It's not. There's nothing to do with the ice age, the coming of the ice age. It's we are researching the circulation of ocean waters, and we know for sure with great level of reliability what is happening. So you will be able to learn more in detail about our disaster risk register at our pre-COP conference on November 4th this year. I hope you have all received the invitation. If not, we will be sending one soon. And now let's go to measures and policies, what the state can do for climate change adaptation. As with the Digital Climate Atlas, we supported, and GEF supported the country. So to what extent, what are the priority measures? What does the ministry prioritize? A lot of information is provided by the disaster risk management. So what is the link, the correlation with local governments, national level and local governments? How do they become involved to climate change adaptation and risk and mitigation?
Well, Ministry of Environmental Protection has developed the adaptation to the changed climate condition adopted 10 months ago by the government, covering the period 2023-2030. And its integral part is the action plan covering the period 2024 through 2026, which means that we will have yet another action plan until 2030. That is a horizontal document that covered a lot of sectors: agriculture, forestry, energy, infrastructure, particularly road infrastructure, health of the people, biodiversity. What have I forgotten? Sorry. The document has been developed for a long period. It is quite comprehensive, and everybody asked me, do you have some kind of a shortened version? No, but this is the first document of this kind focusing on adaptation to the climate change. It should be comprehensive in terms of the data. Why do we need to have all this data? Why it is important to talk about all these things? As Anna Vukovic nicely put it, it is important to reiterate and I will use a layman language, but they want to indicate the importance that our climate has really changed. Now, we are not talking about climate change that are intrigued whether they occurred or where they are occurring. They are occurring at the global level. And sorry, my input is very, very bad. We are observing the forecast. I hear every fourth word. So, those assessment of the climate change by the end of this century are extremely precise. So we definitely know what will happen with our climate. What we do not know, and Anna has mentioned it, we know what is going on by the mid of the century, but when it comes to the second half of the century, it remains to see what will happen in terms of whether what we promised the countries globally in the Paris Agreement, whether we will comply with it, and it relates to mitigation, reducing greenhouse gas emission. And even if it happens that through a magic wand we reduce all these emissions at the global level, the climate would remain changed, and a lot of time will have to pass to resume it at the previous level. So this is an inert system, and it takes time to change. So therefore, it is critically to reflect upon the climate projection. It is extremely important to reflect upon the climate projection by the end of this century. Now, when it comes to all these sectors, they had different data, different quantity of data, and that is logical. I mean, particularly agriculture and the forestry, which we call open factories, because they have the most of the data, but because they directly depend on the climate change. The other sectors, comme ci, comme ça, but what we know for sure is that we've determined the impact of the current climate that's already changed, and the future climate projection impact on all sectors and systems. And it has all been shown in our program. What I want to say is that adaptation program is developed in line with the requirements stemming from the Paris Agreement and the acquis communautaire, and in line with our climate change law. And it's been developed applying the principle for adaptation strategy of the EU, which stipulates that the adaptation to the climate change must be smart, systemic, and effective. Smart means that we are using really scientific data, scientific assessments. In the development of this adaptation program, more than 20 renowned experts and scientists participated. I am reiterating, all assessments are scientifically based. To be able to know to what we need to adapt, we need to know how the climate has changed. So that's done. Systemic, it means that it is implemented through the knowledge on climate change and the sectoral document policies, laws, starting from the global and the local level. And to be effective and efficient, that the adaptation and the implementation of the urgent intervention, urgent measure of adaptations are in the first action plan. So why this should be efficient? Because climate change are efficient, and they are happening swiftly. So we are telling that this is a new climate. Yes, people tend to say, you know, in the past we had floods, we had some disasters and threats, but this is a completely new climate scenario, something that we've never confronted before, and thereby the risks and their intensity and the frequencies are more different. And what is envisaged in our program is to actually modify the methodology to assess the risks. And I believe that we would closely cooperate with the Ministry of the interior with the emergency management sector, it is important to assess the frequency and the scale of risks, that is the scale of the consequences, and thereby we need to change the methodology for the assessment of damages and losses caused by climate change to be able to recognize the risk that I've talked about, and that is the key link with the LSGs that could assist in the implementation. Yes, that is that link. So, people often in the course of these kind of events, and while I talk to them and during the development of this program and the long climate change, asked how the local would act, because we know that everything what we do is actually happening at the local level, and they are playing the critical role, but also, and they are overburdened with all of these things at the same time, and with everything that they are tasked with. So the LSGs always expected that they would have to have a new obligation that each and every LSG needs to develop its local adaptation plan program, irrelevant of the title of the document. But the long climate change under Article 15 did not envisage such an obligation because, first of all, it would be additional overburdening of the LSGs, and then duplicating of the word. If we amend methodology for the assessment of risk, and we introduce all risks, intensity, and the frequency of the climate change risks, bearing in mind that that methodology is applied from the central to the local level, the local government would have what they really need to know, because they need to know what are the risks they face with, what the climate change entail, that they are bringing some new risks, such as supercell storms that we've never had in the past. We know that in the climate change projections that whatever we had a chance to see so far is one, but the new risk would continue emerging. So this assessment should cover it all, and then it would be applied at the local level. Of course, LSGs who want to develop their own local adaptation plans are more than welcome to do so, but they are not obligatory. We envisaged everything, but climate change is something completely new, and thereby nobody has to be blamed for not recognizing. We did not recognize because it never existed. And now, these methodologies for the development of the local adaptation plan, whichever local, what is recognized is the methodology should be amended, but the local government could have their own plans. You most probably wanted to say that measuring the climate parameters never did not exist in the past, but to conclude, we have the Goran as the representative of the Hydromet. When we speak about the measuring and the data and the forecast and projections of the climate change in the future, everything evolves around capacities of different institutions. In today's case, Goran, you may tell us the role and the importance of the Hydromet when we speak about the system or the early warnings of disasters. Where do you stand there? What are the plans to improve the system? Thank you, Miroslav, for your introduction, for inviting me to participate in such an event, which is for us quite critical. And as you say, the entity to be blamed about the climate change, because what's foundation are the data, forecasted data. If we didn't observe 50, 30 years ago, we wouldn't have known today that something has changed. Another thing that I would like to indicate, despite the fact that it could sound paradoxical, such a process that is decayed, such as climate change, has as a consequence short-term processes, quite intensive processes that happens in few-hour time. So that time difference between the climate change and what are its consequences is quite important. When it comes to the Hydromet, it is a part of the whole system. The latest activities, then the cooperation with the emergency management sector, as mentioned yesterday, is the SMS warning sent to the citizens. We can proudly say that we are glad that we took part in that. On the other hand, through the few slides, I would remind us all that in the Republic of Serbia, ever since the introduction of the term of the state of emergency at the central level, it's been introduced 3 times, pronounced 3 times, and always due to consequences. 2012, ice and snow in February. 2014, which is the cause of this conference, in 2016, which huge precipitation caused floodings. So, in a way, respecting all recognized risk, this risk related to floods is something that is most frequently happening to us. So in that sense, the global temperature increase is an evident fact. So maybe in the domain of conspiration, whether, how, and why, but what is important is that we're living in the changed climate conditions. As an illustration to that, it's the latest last summer, where even in the summer 2013, year after year, we broke records and we reached some new values. And this summer, for the comparison's sake, you had one town where more than 60 days the average temperature was above 30 Celsius degrees, what we call the tropical days. It sounds attractively in the media outlet, but in Belgrade, more than 60 tropical nights. So those are the things that marked this summer. And afterwards, we will be talking about the other impacts. For the sake of remembering, we mentioned the different years. My idea was to show you that each year we've got at least one situation and the link to the hydrological threats and dangers. So in that sense, every year we had some extreme weather events and something that was connected to emergencies, either proclaimed that a part of the territory or those 3 that refer to the whole territory, but there's not a year that kind of a disaster does not hit and that the state of emergency is proclaimed. So that is something that is a fact. The consequences of the increase of the temperature. Again, sorry, I had a problem. Perfect. Is that the part of the unfavorable distribution of precipitation related to the drought? So statistically observing, and we know that the statistics is quite an important tool that you can use and prove everything in a day. You can have 60 to 70, 80 millimeter of precipitation in one location and 29 days without precipitation. So when you historically observing, say, yes, this month had in average precipitation level, but that distribution is quite unfavorable for agriculture, and that is something that is actually telling us that we need to observe it in more detail. I'm very glad that Anna mentioned drought. Drought, colloquially said, is a silent killer. You don't have that grandiose effect as the hail or floods in terms of the damages. It does not appear as the disastrous floods, torrential floods that in a short period of time are causing huge damages and loss. Drought is something that is occurring slowly, but when we observe historically, we would see, as Anna mentioned, that the consequences are quite complex in terms that the huge disasters were consequences and the famine of the drought. And on the other hand, that is something that would happen more intensively and more frequently. In that regard, it requires a systemic approach. A fire forest, open fires, we've had a scenario for Tara that we remember as a very disastrous event. On the other hand, the hydromet, of course, does not deal with forecasting or analyzing, but it deals and analyzes the meteorological conditions for the appearance of the fires with the longer intensive high temperatures. Lack of precipitation is something that will occur more and more frequently. Here I would like to show you a small mechanisms how it operates. In a common conversation, it happens that you say, well, that raise in the temperature is projected 1.5 or 2 Celsius degrees. So what's the average temperature? Well, okay, that's, let's say, 22. So what? It is going to be 24. So it's not a huge change for me. But what is important on the right-hand image, you can see that that change of the average value is impacting on the extreme events. So the extreme processes are the consequences of, so the measuring of the medium value is something that we are monitoring, but the increase of the temperatures increases the capacity of the atmosphere to absorb more humidity, meaning more severe precipitation, which in the final sum is reaching us to that unfavorable distribution. So that is how the increase in the temperature is causing disasters. What, simply to conclude, is our role as the national hydromet is to measure, as I mentioned. Without the continuous measuring and the historical data and the data about the future, we cannot monitor the process. Warnings, meta alarm as a recognized system in the public. So in the past 15 years it's been functioning, and that is something very important, bearing in mind that the information on the potential threats represent the precondition for a proper response and the proper rescue and saving. Our role is that we also participate in the risk assessment in the mentioned register. I sadly need to state that our roles and the activities were at the very minimum, but I have to promise that we need to get ourselves involved more intensively. Thanks Anna and her team who developed the digital atlas, and that's where we actually were present. But the hydromet has a need and the importance to be involved more in the register. What is the example of the good practice is the Republic headquarters, and I would like to reiterate one mechanism that's been created. Those are the operational headquarters within the emergency management sector, bearing in mind that Republic headquarters is at a very high level, ministerial level, where the decisions are made. But the operational headquarters, organized by the emergency management sector, is comprised of the practitioners, people within those headquarters are aware of the terrain and the situation on the ground. And of course that the guidelines are given from the central level, but the operational plan is the body that is showing the example of good practice in our society. And maybe one of the consequences of our experience that we gained from 2040, to make reference to the title of the conference. So that's all I plan to say for this introductory part. I wanted to share with you, but generally, adaptation. We were recognizing the adaptation plan, and that is something, that program, and that is something that I can express the gratitude because you recognize the needs and you mentioned the capacities of the hydromet and the huge investment into the hydromet infrastructure generally. Because as I mentioned, without the data, modeling is nice and attractive, but without the realistic and the accurate data, we can neither model nor monitor what's happening. Goran, we had the opportunity to intensively discuss, and I believe that in the future we will have a opportunity to cooperate more when it comes to the early warning system, particularly for the sector of agriculture. We've detected which is the most exposed when it comes to the damages and losses caused by extreme weather and disasters. I assume that there is a lot of room to improve it all, particularly for the end users, agriculture producers. But I believe that we would have the opportunity to work more intensively in the future. That would be all when it comes to this formal part of the panel and the presentation of the panelists. Now we've got the time for Q&A. And do we have any questions for our panelists regarding what we had the chance to hear from them in their presentation? Or Fabrizio, please take the floor.
Here it is. There is another one.
Thank you. First of all, thank you very much, Miroslav and all panelists. Extremely powerful points that you all made in your respective presentations. I think, as a general consideration before going to the 2 points I wanted to raise, I think science speaks clearly, and it's also reaching now any layman, let's say. This has been mentioned, right? So we don't need to be scientists to understand this today. Shows with pictures, show with animations, as you showed, the 3D modeling. It's accessible to students, and let's not underestimate high school, of course, but even lower grades, because this new generation, they are not only digitally educated, they are already thinking ahead of us, probably already in their childhood. But okay, not going there. But 2 points perhaps to raise, to accelerate perhaps also the use of the powerful tools that you already have achieved. For example, and that's more a question than a consideration, but I'd like to hear maybe from the colleagues working on the Atlas as well as on the disaster risk register, on the application of artificial intelligence. Not only, let's say, to generate scenarios, to generate maybe virtual drills, perhaps to understand also the capacity for search and rescue that you can mobilize. I mean, you have a lot of data, and this data is powerful. So AI can only enable and accelerate its use and its applications. But I would say also to assist the government, especially maybe at local level, to have those plans already prepared, basically. I would not see huge variance, let's say, if the data from the Atlas and the disaster register is reliable. So it's a way, again, to not just raise awareness, but actually serve them. And then, of course, one thing is to have the plan, one thing is to implement it. So that's obviously a totally different conversation. And second point is, and I'm here probably looking more at Miroslav because I am not the best person to talk about this, but it's nature-based solutions. So nature-based solutions to mitigate drought, but also to mitigate floods. These tropical nights, let's learn from tropical countries, right? How urban areas have mitigated tropical climate conditions all year round, unfortunately, in that case. Here is mainly on the summer, but again, how to have natural shadow to reduce temperature on the concrete, for example, or on the street or on the roof, greening roof. So these are just few elements, but also water catchment and retention. I lived on a tropical island where every time it was raining, the cistern was filling up, because God knows we didn't have the certainty that there would be enough water, and there were no rivers on that island because the geological was absorbing all the water. So just saying that there are nature-based solutions as well. We don't necessarily need to have only the technological advanced solutions, but the combination of the two. So some consideration there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fabrizio. Da, apsolutno. Da li neko želi nešto možda da...
Definitely, beyond any doubt, you're right. Well, I wanted to say that the tools, that the V tools are used for some other development, and they cannot replace currently the forecasting or projections tools, but what AI can do, and most probably very swiftly, because the reasoning is now introduced into the artificial intelligence, help us pull out the data from the databases, the data that we urgently need. For instance, if the ChatGPT you enter something, draw me an image from the climate atlas of the trend of the temperature change by 210 per ensemble of 8 models, the ChatGPT will pull at something. It is based on the words that you're using, but most probably the time will come where you would, through a text, reach the information. Precisely because these are set data and most probably some new informations that are generated. But that is quite interesting. But I am, since I'm in a contact with the contacts from the Hydromet, and this is Mr. Assistant Director of the sector, there are some trials to use artificial intelligence in the improvement of forecasting extreme weathers. They are trying that those that are not forecastable, so to say, those are tornadoes in the US. The conditions are forecasted and not the event. And in here we have the phenomena of some extreme precipitations, which are intensive than the events of a hail. But these are just at the trial level. That is not realistic within the development of Hydromet and the forecasting tools. When it comes to the nature-based solutions, the key word and this key term is used because we from the scientific side think that this state should adopt a definition, and there are the Siena definition, another definition, or the EU Commission definition, but we as the state, we need to define the standard for the ratification of measures and the nature-based solution to avoid the adaptation, because using the term, we can pack a lot under that term, but under definition, those solutions are adaptive. They serve to adaptation and they could help mitigation. So whatever you mentioned is very important, and everything went beyond rather at this panel, and thank you very much for your intervention. We've got a lot of topic. Darko, please take the floor. That is something interesting, change of these technologies, and in the end, something linked to artificial intelligence. Why this is important? Why the artificial intelligence is important for the part? These are data, information, and that we create a solution from one problem. My profession has, at the level of Europe and the global level, been working on persuading other institutions or other data provider that they need to do it in one way, which is adequate, so that the other system could use those data and use them in the work. And for 30 years, including European Union, are failing. And now we have a technology that is enabling us to use a tool that is actually generating a problem either through a system, and they're absorbing it in a way that is adequate to the other system, so that the other system use them in the work, and to create information from data. And that is a revolutionary thing from this side, and it is in a use. Only we in the Republic Geodetic Authority are using the data from the textual document. We are extracting the structural data and use them in the system. What I would like to announce is that we started talking, that we've started to what we mentioned, to use the artificial intelligence in the risk register. We want to do it gradually, and to enable artificial intelligence help users how to use disaster risk register, because that's where the biggest room for the improvement is. But what I, as someone dealing with the technical solutions of the system, this is a huge problem that impacts on all of us. And we need to join our strengths and do the things in a systemic way. And in that system, we need to involve the academia, economy, and everyone else. And I would love to hear less questions how to download it in the future, but I would like to hear the question how and in which way I can participate as a part of the system to contribute the improving the system to be more efficient. That's why I mentioned the Climate Atlas as one of the good way to integrate. And I believe that this is the good model to proceed onwards. Thank you, Darko.
We've opened all these different topics, and I would like to invite all of you to participate in updating the disaster risk register, not only in developing the methodology. We've already identified the climate changes, but the risk assessment still requires all of you to contribute, to provide your input from your respective segments of work. Thank you very much for this invitation. I will gladly accept it, and I look forward to working together with you on the risk assessment. Concerning nature-based solutions, these solutions are recognized in climate change adaptation program in its nexus, air, soil, water, land, is integrated. I'll give you an example. If we have a drought, we need a lot of irrigation in the agricultural sector, and we cannot prepare this unless we have water, and we need to have other adaptation measures that are more adaptable to droughts that we need to include. This is a simplified solution. Nature-based solutions are part of every pillar and every sector of the climate change adaptation program. In the urban planning sector, when it comes to climate change adaptation, we work to integrate nature-based solutions in terms of green infrastructure, as member states also have this. And I'm very happy that the city of Belgrade developed a green infrastructure strategy, and they used our data from the Digital Climate Atlas to develop measures that trickle down to local level green infrastructure measures. One more important thing, we are in the process of developing a very important document, the environmental protection strategy, where nature-based solutions are at the heart of this strategy. We will, first of all, provide a definition of nature-based solutions and green infrastructure in the urban areas. We will see how much green infrastructure is required per capita and what the optimal distance to green infrastructure is for the benefit of the citizens. And the point is for it to be a climate change adaptation measure. Thank you, Anna. Thank you all for your comments. Nature-based solutions are already being applied. Recently, we supported a successful project with the Serbian forestry sector involving green infrastructure and nature-based solution to mitigate erosion-related risks. So I think we are heading in the right direction. We need to seek for efficient solutions without wasting resources, by saving resources. So unless there are questions, because we're already way into our coffee break, but if there are any questions, we can continue informally in our coffee break and at our conference on climate change on November 4th. I would like to thank the panelists for all the valuable information that you shared with us and for I would like to thank the audience. And now I think we can take our coffee break. It is in right time now. Thank you. And then we continue.
Faraz, can you hear us? Can you see us? Zoom pojači. I odmutiraj. Odmutiraj.
I hope you can also see me.
Okay. Can you hear us?
Yeah, can you see me? Okay, let me try to share my screen.
Just a second.
No worries.
Can you say something, please?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Okay, I'm trying to share my screen.
Okay.
And maybe we can quickly test. Yeah, it's here. Yes, I'm sharing my screen right now.
Yes,
see
we
it?
can see it. Just a second.
Okay, can you read what's written in my background? Hello?
Just a, sorry, just a second. What did you ask me? Sorry.
So, can you see me? Can you see me?
Yes.
And can you also read what's written in my background on the screen?
Yes.
Can you please
Developing
read it for
climate
me?
and disaster, right? It's the same as presentation.
Yeah, it is same as. So I just wanted to know if it is coming like as a correct form or is it like a mirror image?
Sorry. Now we can see you, both you and your presentation, side by side.
Yeah, you can see my background as well. This background, this.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, perfect.
It's
So
as
this
the
is-
first slide, right?
Yeah, that's actually the first slide, but I'm actually using it as a background
Yes,
for my
yes, okay.
for myself. And then you can see the first slide and you can see this background as well.
We can see it perfectly.
Okay, let me see. I'm on the next slide. Okay?
Yes, we can see
Can
you
you see
changing
my-
your slides, and the
And
background
you
is
can
still
see this background as well.
background is still the first. You don't change your background, only slides.
Yeah, okay, perfect. Thank you so much. That's
So
what I wanted
we're
to check.
starting in 10 minutes.
Okay, no worries. I'm ready.
Okay.
Okay, I'll unshare my screen now.
Okay.
Test 1, 2, šestica radi, šestica je okej, šestica je okej.
We can hear you.
If I should start my presentation.
You can start.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Faraz Amjad, and I'm the technical expert at the UNDP's Istanbul Regional Hub. And I'm working with the team in the Istanbul Regional Hub to help develop the insurance and risk financing solutions in the Eastern Europe and the Central Asia region. And we are pleased to confirm that we have completed the scoping study for developing the climate and disaster risk solutions in the Western Balkans region. So this is the presentation that I will be presenting in next 10 minutes. So before I begin, let's quickly dive in and have a look at some of the key facts about the region. The Western Balkans, as we all know, that by 2050 and without adaptation, the mean summer temperatures in the region could rise by 7.5 degrees Celsius above which is going to be above the pre-industrial times. And following this, the heat waves are actually going to be so intense that they could impact the water availability, the agriculture sector, and the productivity of various economic sectors in the region. Just to take an example, the heat waves and the drought in 2017 impacted the infrastructure, the agriculture sector, and it sparked the forest fires in the region. Let's zoom into one example in the region, which is Albania, which is a country producing nearly 100% of its energy through the hydropower. And it was forced to import 80% of its energy during the 2017 drought conditions, which not only impacted the energy security of the country, but also the economy and the hydropower reliant areas. Also, by 2050, we have an estimate that the climate disasters could result in a permanent GDP loss of about 17% in the countries in the Western Balkans. And in the region, agriculture, as we know, accounts for 11% of the total GDP, and the hydropower that is actually being provided by the natural resources provides about 37% of all the energy needs to the region. Now, let's quickly look at this graph. This actually shows you that how much of the amount of financial resources were the pre-arranged financing. So between 2017 and 2021, we noticed that there was only a small percentage of the financing that was spent in a post-disaster situation was actually pre-arranged. So most of the funding you can see in the red color, that was the total crisis financing. And there was only a small percentage, which is in the gray color, which is hardly visible on this graph, was actually the international development financing. So as compared to this international development financing, we can see that most of the donors and the development partners have been actually spending the money on the crisis financing. And there was only a small percentage, which was only, as we can see in 2021, it was only 2.7%. That was the pre-agreed financing before any disaster struck. So this is the global data. Let's move on to the next slide. In the Western Balkans, generally the climate events like rains and floods have become more intense, and they have actually become almost 5 times more intense than the pre-industrial era. So which means that there is an increasing trend of disasters that we can expect in the coming years. With this, I would like to quickly show you an example, as this conference is all about the flooding events that happened 10 years ago. So in May 2014, the Sava River swelled to unprecedented levels that we all know, triggering the flooding across the region. And estimates show that the average economic impact, in the region was almost 15% of the GDP. So the countries that were impacted by this flood events actually lost up to 15% of their GDP in that particular year. There has been some joint programs to bolster the analytical and financial resources in the region in the post disaster situation. But I think there is more work that is need to be done, and we will be looking at some of the potential areas where we can work in the coming years. In this scoping study, we also try to analyze that what is the risk profile of the region and what are the risks that are most common. So it is very hard to actually come up with one set of risk which is common to all the countries, because certain countries are more vulnerable to one particular type of hazard. But some of the common hazards that we identified are the coastal flooding, the riverine flooding, tropical storms, landslides, droughts, and the heat waves and wildfires. So here is a description of these risks which are more common in the Western Balkans. As we mentioned, floods and landslides. This is a seismically active region, so earthquakes are also one of the major hazard. Forest fires and extreme temperatures are also rampant in the region, and we can see there is an increasing trend of the losses due to these kind of disasters. Also, there has been droughts impacting the productivity and the livelihood of those people who are dependent on agriculture sector. And also there has been an increasing trend of various kind of storms, including the hailstorms and the snowstorms, impacting not only the agriculture productivity, but also causing the disruption in the power and damaging the infrastructure. So the scoping study is available on UNDP's website. I would like to quickly share with you some key highlights. We actually provided the overview of the current state of insurance and risk financing in the region, which was not very encouraging to see that how underdeveloped the markets are. But that at the same time gives us the opportunity to how we can actually develop the insurance and risk financing, which can bring resilience to the region. We also analyze the demand and supply side factors, and then what are the country needs and the potential intervention areas. We also looked at the prioritized opportunities and what could be the potential projects which could be attractive for the donors and the partners who are working in the region. And I will be talking about some of those projects in my next slides. Then we also looked at how to integrate the insurance solutions into the SDG agenda. And we also provided some examples and best practices from around the world. Let's look at this is a slide. I know the size of the font is not readable, but I will quickly let you know that there has been an increasing number of disasters in all these countries in the Western Balkans, and you can see a large number of people were impacted, and there were significant damages. If you look at the amount in the US dollars, that how much. So overall, in the Western Balkans region, if I provide you a total estimate, in past 2 decades, nearly $4.5 billion has been lost in terms of the damages, impacting nearly over 4 million people in the region, and the number of disaster events has been more than 100. So these are some of the hard-hitting facts about the increasing trend of the climate and disaster losses in the region. Now let's look at the insurance market, because this is the area which we will be talking about in next 70 to 80 minutes, I guess. So the insurance market in the region is fairly underdeveloped. So if you look at this graph on the left-hand side of the screen, this is showing the insurance penetration in different countries in the region, including the Albania, Bosnia, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Serbia, and Kosovo. We can see the average insurance penetration is not more than 1.5%, whereas the neighboring EU has 8.61% as the insurance penetration, while the world average in the same time period remained around 6.6%. So you can see how underdeveloped these markets are. If we want to develop the insurance and risk financing solutions, one of the biggest challenge will be to actually develop the insurance market and improve the uptake of insurance in the region. This is also another graph to give you an idea that how people are still using the archaic and traditional ways of accessing insurance, which is dependent on the direct sales and agents and brokers. And there's less reliance on the modern technology-based solutions for the delivery and uptake of insurance. But these are very quick slides to give you an idea that why there is a lower insurance penetration in the region, but at the same time, these are the opportunity areas where we can work to improve the technology for the delivery of insurance products in the region if we have to develop these solutions. I'll be very quick on my next slide so that I can quickly come to the solutions. There were certain gaps that we highlighted in the public policy and institutional framework. For example, there's a limited focus on the pre-disaster or the ex-ante disaster solutions, because most of the focus is on the post-disaster relief than the proactive risk management. And also there is a lack of integration of risk financing and insurance in the public policy. And most of the stakeholders don't understand the risk transfer needs, and mainly because of the lack of the availability of data. There is a limited availability of data. There is limited technical and financial capacity, and of course there is limited awareness and around the insurance solutions. Also, there is limited public spending on risk financing. We saw that the critical public infrastructure is largely uninsured. So even the governments are not using the insurance to protect the infrastructure and the public property. And the government is also at the same time facing large recovery cost in a post-disaster situation. So this is a huge opportunity area for the government to price the risk and then try to consider what could be the solutions to transfer that risk using insurance and other risk financing solutions that we will be talking about. Then we also identified what could be the potential policy interventions, how we can introduce financial incentives through, for example, tax rebates or linking the grants and subsidies for promoting insurance and making it mandatory, like we have seen the examples from various other countries. The second policy intervention is the how to enhance the accessibility of insurance. Like I talked about, like why insurance penetration is low in the region. So if we want to improve the uptake of insurance, we need to simplify the insurance distribution through banks and other digital platforms so that people are able to access insurance purchase through online or through mobile phones. And also there is a need to strengthen the regulatory framework so that that can allow product innovation, and insurance can be bundled and they can be offered with multiple services that people are already accessing or would like to access in the future. And also we identified that there needs to be simplified regulations where possible. Market development area is also important. And so we try to identify that what are the immediate needs in the region. And I think this is something which might excite our donor partners. One of the important needs that we have identified is the promotion of the agriculture insurance. Simultaneously, disaster risk insurance is also really important. And we can talk about in more detail that how these disaster risk insurance can be implemented through various innovative risk financing solutions such as insurance pools, what is the need and the risk appetite to have instruments like cat bonds and other instruments for disaster risk management in the region. There is a menu of risk financing tools, which my colleague Tuga will be talking about later during this session. But we actually try to identify that on the spectrum of risk characteristics, which is on the left side of the screen, you can see we have low frequency and high severity risks like the earthquakes or the major flooding events like what we saw back in 2014. And then there are very high frequency and low severity events, which are seasonal, and almost every year we see these kind of seasonal flooding and storms. So on this spectrum of risk characteristics, we try to identify that these small low severity and high frequency risk, they can be retained by the governments through local reserves and the self-insurance pools. And whereas for the market-based instruments, what sort of risk transfer solutions can be developed? This has been the area of focus for our scoping study, where we try to identify these market-based risk transfer products, including insurance and the CAT bond solution. Um, and then I'm not going to go into the detail of this because I think this is the main topic of the session, and Tuga will be covering it, like, that what are the options for risk financing, including the pool reserve funds, risk insurance pools, and CAT bonds. But just wanted to give you an idea that what would be the benefit of pooling the risk. So without pooling, you can see on the left-hand side of the screen, and on the right-hand side of the screen, you can see the risk after pooling. So on both sides, you can see the blue boxes. The annual expected loss remains same, but the operating cost, the cost of capital, and cost of information, they are significantly high if we don't pool the risk and we allow individuals to have individual insurance policies. But if we have national level solutions, for example, we introduced the insurance pool or disaster risk insurance schemes that will allow you to have reduced operating cost, reduce cost of capital, as well as the cost of information, because the information will be shared among all the stakeholders. That will also decline significantly. So these are some of the benefits of pooling the risk and developing innovative risk transfer solutions. Just one more slide. I just wanted to show you some examples about the risk pooling and how insurance pools are working around the world. There is a large number of examples which was not possible to show in this session and on one slide. But I would like to quickly mention, and Tuga can talk about these examples later when she speaks. Here are some of the examples, such as the Caribbean Risk Insurance Facility, which, as the name says, is the risk insurance pool in the Caribbean region. We have another example of African risk capacity, which is a pool of various African countries against the risk of climate and natural disasters. We also have another interesting example of Pacific Catastrophic Risk Insurance Company, PECRIC. And then the most recent one is the Southeast Asia Disaster Risk Insurance Facility. So these are all the facilities which provide the pooling mechanism to pool the multi-country risk into one insurance and risk transfer scheme, and that reaps the benefits to all the members of the pool. So for the Western Balkans region, this is another option. So we are not suggesting one single country option, rather we are suggesting that donors and partners might want to consider having a multi-country pool. And this is an area of interest, I think, and this is something which UNDP would like to take forward and discuss with you. If you as our potential partner are interested, then this is an area we should be discussing more. On this note, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you to all my colleagues, including Stas, Khosrav, Jansu. They all have been working in the background on this scoping study on the Western Balkans, and also to the organizers, to the Yelena, for giving us this opportunity to come and speak to the audience in this session. With this note, I will end my presentation and pass it on to my colleague Tuga, who is the head of risk financing at the UNDP's Insurance and Risk Financing Facility. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Faraz, for that very important framing. My name is Tuga Laskari. As Faraz mentioned, I am the Sovereign Risk Financing Lead for UNDP. I'm based in Geneva in a facility called the Insurance and Risk Finance Facility, which is UNDP's flagship initiative for sovereign risk financing. We work with country offices across the world, and I'm delighted to be here today. For this session, Faraz will stay with us, which is really great. He's based in Perth, and so he's chosen to spend his evening with us, which we're very grateful for. So there will be an opportunity to interact further. But what we wanted to do is to really dive in to some concrete case studies and to start to share experiences and best practices. Through some of the conversations we've had over the last couple of days, through the presentations and in the coffee breaks, there is a wealth of experience in this room. Different people have attempted different things. There are different angles that people are approaching this topic, and there's an opportunity to really share some experiences and best practices. So what we're doing in this session is we call it the World Cafe. And the idea is, if you imagine you're sitting in a coffee shop and you're having an exchange of ideas and experiences, this is the format we wanted. So we have 3 experts who will be presenting their case studies. They'll spend about 10 minutes to do a presentation to give you a general idea. It might not be the full extent. I think they've done very well to condense it. And then the next 10 minutes will be spent with an exchange with you. If you have any questions, if you have any reflections, if you've tried some of the approaches and you want to share your experience, please do come in. We recognize this is quite short, and I imagine this would spill over into lunch. As you go into the conversations, there could be further exchanges around this. So without further ado, I would like to introduce our first expert. I'm pleased to introduce Radushka Kupac. She's an environmental economist with nearly 20 years of experience in natural resource management. She's UNDP's Energy and Environment Sector Lead in Bosnia and Herzegovina. She focuses on climate change mitigation, adaptation, and sustainable resource management. She holds an MA in European Economics and a BSc in Economics. She'll be sharing a case from Bosnia and Herzegovina, and I hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Tuga. Bearing in mind that our dear guests and colleagues and the interpretation provided, I'd continue in Serbian language. I believe that it is going to be much easier to all of us. The focus of my presentation is a natural disaster, that is the ex-ante approach to funding of the natural risks. As you're aware, the natural disasters, by the definition, are events of the small duration by the high intensity and the high consequences. The number of disastrous events is increasing globally. We are not simply focusing on Western Balkans. And in here you see 2 graphs pulled from FISREA, where the number of disasters is continuously increasing, but the number and the damages, both financial and other, that are related to them. In the absolute amount, the damages are quite higher in the developed states, bearing in mind the property that they... But if we speak about the relative amounts, the consequences are much greater in the developed and underdeveloped countries. Europe does not differ much, so in the period from 1970 to 2021, almost 84 disasters. Yes, people might say, before we didn't measure, we didn't have statistics, but yes, it's true that that number increases, and the causes definitely are the climate change. Climate change has always occurred, but not in such a frequency and efficiency. So the nature has no longer strength or time to adapt to the conditions that we are creating. When it comes to the damages, floods are the major cause today, 38%, then storms and all the other disasters. If we take into account the certain modeling and the projections of the European Environmental Protection Agency, according to their estimates, the number of damages and floods would increase by 5 times by 2025 and by 70 times by 2080. When it comes to the models of catastrophic risk management, we've got ex post and ex ante approach. Ex post is well known to all of us here. It's present in all of our countries. How those damages are covered? They are covered through the governmental funds, through the budget, through different loans and humanitarian aid. When it comes to budgetary funds, we see from the presentation of the colleague a small percentage. Only 27 funds are allocated from the budget that are secured as a prearranged finance resources. In our countries, that's almost close to nothing. So the part covered by the budget is reallocation. You're assisting to that, but on the other hand, you're causing additional damage for those intended purposes for which those funds were earmarked. So if we reflect on 2014 in Bosnia and Herzegovina, 0.5 damage was covered from the budget, and in Republika Srpska, 0.16. So almost insignificant amount of funds. When it comes to the funds from donations, loans, those are the funds that are mostly coming very, very late. You're having a donors conference, you've got the procedures for granting loans, and very often that amount is significant, with all due respect, but it comes when the damage is even deepened and continued. When it comes to the ex-ante approach, it is through the approach and the combination of the transferred measures. Disaster risk reduction, flood risk reduction, fire risk reduction, but insurance, not only in the Western countries, but you see at the EU level and the global level, meaning market penetration is at a very low level. So that is something that is helping us to jointly approach and to have our states reaching the level of the developed countries. With the increase of the number of natural disaster and the cause damages incurred, this question becomes more and more interesting, and definitely it will actually gain much more interest when it comes to different modalities for organizing insurance against disastrous risks. We've got the three programs. One is the public program with a huge market penetration covering all risks. It is under the governance of the state. The quality of the service is quite low, the fiscal expenses are high. On the other hand, you've got the private programs led by private insurance company, which have a lot of shortcomings. There is a low penetration in the market. A certain type of risks are covered. In the insured, there is a certain level of the competition. The quality of the service is quite. When fiscal funds are low, but on the other hand, as I mentioned, you have a low level of coverage and risks that are covered. The third possibility is public-private partnership, which is something, and you would see afterwards, one of the approaches that, if not, is indicating the huge potential for the development. And what we would like to attain is the high market penetration, coverage of the last number of risk, health competition that should exist, a high level of services, and acceptable fiscal costs, which should exist at a certain level. And the basic criteria is the technical one, depending on the type of insurance level of the damage and what's been covered. In here, I would share two examples, which are the EU member states that are at a different level of development, Romania and France. In Romania, we've got the mandatory natural disaster insurance, mandatory that the insuring company must, in their offer, include this insurance. What they said is that insurance pool by insurance company present at their market, they have the limited coverage, and the government ensures the subsidies for the vulnerable categories and covers the damage above the level of insurance pool. So we've got a kind of the PPP in place. On the other hand, in France, we have the mandatory natural disaster since 1982, again with the limited coverage. Those are the floods, landslides, and droughts. The premium that do not depend on region or the level of risk exposure, which has a positive and the negative sides. The private insurance companies are selling the insurance. However, on the other hand, the state is ensuring reinsurance in 100%, and a certain level of premiums coming from reinsuring is channeled into the budgetary funds of the government of the Republic of France. Another thing that I would like to mention is relatively new, almost inexistent in the EU member states or in Europe it is, but with the increase of the number of natural disasters and with the increase in public and private individuals that are under threat, it is becoming more and more interesting. This is the index insurance that depends upon a certain trigger that would trigger or activate that insurance. The one classical example is the creation where there is the index insurance drought. Against drought, it functions in a way. I am simply simplifying this assessment. You've got 30 days without the precipitation and the temperature is above 30 degrees. If these two conditions are met, thereby you imply that the farmers in certain areas suffer the damage. So if that insurance is present, then it will be paid. As I already mentioned, it has the weaknesses and advantages, lower administrative costs. What you do not have is that you do not have the employees in the insurance are going on the ground determining the damage, then analyzing it, and only after that pay the premium. That part is quite simplified. Efficient payment goes. There's no part of the moral hazard. These damages are like this and these are like this. So not in that context, they're paying it automatically depending on the level of insurance. On the other hand, there are certain negative sides. What might happen is that the damage is not incurred, but the insurance should pay that part. On the other hand, the damages might be quite high, whereas the insurance will pay just for the contracted part, which could be significantly lower than the damage. We need there should be a good date to be able to model those damages to sign this contract. And to conclude, I would reflect upon certain conclusions that we've drawn in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but it could be equal to all Western Balkan countries. When you talk with the vulnerable people, with those that suffered the damages, those that are making decisions, the state as an entity is the final resort to cover the damages, despite the data that are quite devastating. What is covered from the budget, and then again, a small part that is covered by the loan and donation, and the loan, again, some of us view as a government participation, but that's not. That is something that we are all repaying. So these are not budgetary allocations. So people still see, in our case, an entity as the final instance that would cover the cost. The insurance companies by themselves are not extremely interested due to the lack of data, due to the insufficient coverage, impossibility to introduce the mandatory insurance, and on the other hand, impossibility to have the arrangement with the state authorities to be able to enter into the PPP. The preventions when it comes to floods, wildfires are at a very low level. Quality data, as I mentioned, do not exist, and that is something that we can always continue talking. What should we do? What are our next steps? Some scenarios, some modeling to be how to cover it in the best way. Insurance against disaster should be a part of a broader insurance. It is very focused to. It is very hard to focus on one Belgrade area, on one risk. So therefore, there is no interest on the insurance companies. So that insurance, in our case, to be rentable and to be operational, should be mandatory, to go at a low premium and huge coverage, and the solidarity approach that is more or less indispensable, the limited coverage. We're talking about floods, landslides, droughts, the risks that the prevalence, so to say, in our region when it comes to the categories. That is something that is subject to further discussion, whether we to speak about the private or public sector insurance for agricultural holdings. And something that we can think about is index insurance, which is not possible in the Bosnia and Herzegovina because there is law on obligations and threats stating that the damage can be compensating only when determined that it happened, which is not the case with the index insurance, but more and more is this solution to the problem is more and more imposing, because if you have a large covered entity and insured number of people, it is very hard to do it. What UNDP jointly with the authorities in Bosnia and Herzegovina and insurance agencies and the Association of Insurance Companies, Republika Srpska Federation, is planning to work on insurance pool, bearing in mind that it's the simplest way to reduce the risk for insuring company, and on the other hand, set a guarantee fund, because ultimately as the PPP, or to show the state participation in the functioning of the system. So that's all by my side. I stand ready to respond to any questions.
That's given us a lot of food for thought, and actually some of the things that are covered there, looking at the pros and cons of parametric versus indemnity insurance, traditional insurance, will be something that would actually help us in the next session, where we really start to look at how to develop a disaster risk finance strategy, the trade-offs between different risk finance solutions, the combination of these risk finance solutions. You've also outlined some very interesting, some of the challenges, the data that you mentioned, the engagement of insurance industry. It'd be really great to hear from the audience if you have any questions to pose to Rajushka, and also to reflect on whether you're experiencing similar experiences from your countries and perspectives that you come from, whether private sector, government, or development partner. So there is a microphone that will appear there. So if you just put your hand up, you can ask your question in the two languages of the conference. We have translation. And of course, Faraz is still online. So you can also pose questions to Faraz if you like. We have a question.
The microphone doesn't. Okay. I am very pleased to hear regional data of regional relevance. I have a call of a friend for Faraz about the penetration of insurance. Where did you get the data on 1.9, I think you said, penetration of insurance on the market? Concerning the index insurance, we know there is a legal problem there. We have tried to develop various models in Serbia that are quite good, but due to the legal framework, we were unable to implement these. Do you have any information if in the wider region or in Europe, how this is, what is the legal solution? How, if we can see some examples that we can draw lessons learned and perhaps apply in Serbia? Thank you.
If you have anything to add.
Yes, thank you for this very interesting question. First of all, I'll quickly highlight the data has been averaged out. So the data that I showed on the screen, where we showed 1.92 is the penetration in Serbia. So we actually tried to arrive at a common denominator through conversion into the US dollar, so that we can compare all the countries in the region. And then it has also been averaged out. So we had the last 10 years of the insurance premiums data from the insurance industry in Serbia, and there have been multiple sources. For some of the years, we did not have the data. And as I said, it has been averaged out. So for certain years, because this study was based on the data before 2022, so for the 2023 and for this year, we have actually used the proxy data so that we can actually do the projections based on the economic growth. So I hope that answers your question regarding the source of the insurance penetration data. Now, regarding the examples, like, I tried to show you very quickly some of the examples of insurance pools and the insurance facilities that exist. There is a long number of lists, I must say, and based on the criteria of UNFCCC, if you look at, like, how the UN framework on climate conservation, they have actually developed 6 categories where risk transfer is one of the categories. And when we say risk transfer, it includes insurance and risk financing. So there are at least 37 examples that have been identified by UNFCCC on as an examples of risk transfer solutions, including insurance pools and instruments like cat bonds around the world. And on my slide, I tried to show you 4 examples, which I would like to request Tuga can cover later during the day when she will be conducting another session, that how these examples, like when I talked about the Pacific Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility or the African Risk Capacity Insurance Pool, or I also mentioned about the CDRIF, which is the Southeast Asia Risk Insurance Facility for all the important and critically endangered countries in the Southeast Asia who are facing the risk of climate risk. So there are various examples. Also, there are various examples on agriculture insurance pool, because that is also one of our colleagues who just after me, she also mentioned in her presentation that how much there is a need for the agriculture insurance as well. So we will be happy to give you more examples as we go deeper into the discussion. And yeah, so I'll stop here. Tuga, it's over to you if you want to cover.
You're absolutely right. So I think in the next session we'll delve more into some of the concrete cases and unpack the different financing tools. I'm conscious of time for the speakers. I don't know if you have anything that you're pressing that you want to say, and then we'll continue, of course, after.
Evo samo da odgovorim na pitanje za indeksno osiguranje.
For index insurance, the torts and contracts law is a problem. It's the law of laws, sometimes lawyers say. In our discussions, we concluded that the torts and contracts law needs to be amended so that damage can be paid out even when it is not proven that it occurred. But the law was amended so many times that it is not possible to actually amend it once again. We need a new law on contracts and torts. This is what we need now. Otherwise, we would not be able to implement these solutions. For instance, in Slovenia and Croatia, they have aligned their national legislation with the acquis. For instance, Triglav Insurance Companies offers index insurance in Croatia and Slovenia.
Join me in thanking Radushka for sharing her insights. Next up, I'm pleased to introduce Odeta Sato, the Regional Project Manager for Integrated Climate Resilient Transboundary Flood Risk Management in the Drin Basin. This is a regional initiative. Odeta has a background in environmental biology and public law. She joined UNDP in 2015, bringing expertise in disaster risk reduction, climate and water resource management, as well as the Blue Economy program. She's certified as an environmental impact assessment and environmental auditing, so it brings some technical expertise. Welcome to the panel. Over to you.
Thank you so much for the introduction, Tuga. And as we said, we have this session as an interactive session with all of you. I would like to focus my presentation and interaction today on the risk transfer and flood management in the Drin River Basin. This project is funded by the Adaptation Fund. It has been running since 2019. So yesterday we marked 5 years of project implementation, and we have 1 more year of project to run. It's implemented by 3 UNDP country offices. the Office of Albania, the Office of Montenegro, and the Office of North Macedonia. And we're implementing the project together with the Global Water Partnership. Now, when it comes to transboundary cooperation in the Drin River Basin, the Integrated Drin River Basin Flood Risk Management Strategy is one of the lead document that we're pleased to say that it is a quite advanced draft document, and it's also coupled with the action plan, and it aligns with the 2011 Drini MOU. It promotes coordinated sustainable management of the basin's water resources to restore ecosystem and support the development. Now, the strategy highlights 4 important guidelines for the coming 10 years. And one is to ensure that flood risk awareness, preparedness, and good governance, incentivize nature-based solutions and no-regret climate adaptation measures as one of the alternatives given the lack of resources in implementing large-scale infrastructure projects in the region, promote equitable transboundary cooperation, community-based projects, and also, of course, maximize financial resources for flood risk sector. The project itself has contributed to a lot of these key strategic points and guidelines throughout the implementation. We've supported with automated hydrometeorological stations in Montenegro and North Macedonia, so 7 for Montenegro, 10 new stations for North Macedonia, and 16 refurbished one. We've conducted a comprehensive socioeconomic and vulnerability assessment that led to GIS-based maps. We've also developed flood hazard maps. We've procured a high-performance computing cluster for the Institute of Geosciences in Albania, which supports in limiting or reducing the amount of time where we do flood modeling. When it comes to nature-based solutions, we will be working with civil society. We've done post-disaster needs assessment exercises, and in Montenegro, we've developed flood risk management operational plans in North Macedonia. We're doing flood risk management plans for Albania with the last year of implementation of the project. And I am giving the big picture just to say that flood risk transfer mechanisms are very important, but they're a chain of it. All this work is preliminary and continuous work that has to be done throughout the timeline of managing flood risk or flood risk management in any setting, whether it's transboundary or not. So what is the need for fiscal resilience? Well, the Drin Basin is vulnerable to increased climate-induced floods, and the damage can reach tens of millions of euros, and in floods just like the 2010 ones, the damage for Albania was estimated at 35 million, while the damage for Montenegro was estimated at 45 million. Flood events not only damage infrastructure, but of course livelihood, and they strain public finances and hinder socioeconomic development. And to develop and implement disaster risk financing solutions that protect government budget and enable swift recovery from floods is, of course, important, mandatory, key. However, this is, as I said, part of the chain. What is the concept of risk transfer in disaster financing? It's a financial mechanism where the risk is transferred from an entity, for example, like a government, in our case, or a business, to an insurer or financial market, protecting against large losses from disasters. And why is this essential? And we could say that without a robust transfer mechanism, governments are forced to finance recovery through emergency funds or borrowing, which can delay recovery and create long-term economic burdens. Now, in the case of floods, we have to see a balance, because when you, just like we heard yesterday, when you have embankments in place, you're already reducing the cost, because the embankment would not let the river overflow. And flood risk transfer would be like another option to be in place in case of there is a catastrophic event. But we've seen also with historical data that there's major floods that happen in the region. They've caused up to 80 million in damages. There's key sectors and risks, who are the agriculture, in which has the highest losses, about 25%. It's infrastructure and, of course, residential property. And we see that floods are becoming more frequent and intense, and also the return periods are increasing due to climate change. Just to demonstrate a few figures of economic loss estimates. Now, the return period of 5 years might not seem that high, but the 20-year return period increases up to 1.6 million, and then you could see that for 100 years it's 13 million, the highest, and then for 500 years it's 48 million, the highest. There are some barriers to growth in terms of having flood risk mechanism transfers in place. So it's from the consumer perspective, the private insurers, and also the government perspective. So as a consumer perspective, we could say affordability, lack of awareness, probably some mistrust, or as a consumer or a household, you would see that it's not your responsibility to insure your property, but in case of a catastrophic event, you should be like reimbursed. And then private insurance, there is difficult to model the flood risk, high research and development costs. And we can say flood is a risky business. And for governments, of course, sometimes there is no clear flood financing strategy. Usually the way it is managed is ad hoc post-disaster support, and there could be limited collaboration with the private sector in this field. There are 12 key solutions identified for the Dream Basin that I have listed here, and I'm glad to say that for the first two, the tax benefit and linking grants to insurance, we are developing a feasibility study that by the time it is finalized, I will be very happy to share it with all of you as a lessons learned from this project. During the 25th meeting of the Technical Working Group on Floods, together with the Global Water Partnership and with FARAS, we presented two disaster risk financing mechanisms. One is the parametric insurance, and the other one is the CAT bonds, or catastrophe bonds. So for parametric insurance, they're known as index-based insurance, and these two options are given in the transboundary perspective. So they may or may not apply locally, but in the transboundary perspective, these two options seem to be the most feasible options. So for parametric insurance, it's a type of insurance that provides a predetermined payout when a specific event or parameter is triggered. And unlike traditional insurance, the compensation does not happen based on the actual loss. So the compensation starts once the trigger is reached. So for example, a certain water level is reached, or certain flood depth is reached, the household, the government, the business could enable the insurance and receive the payout. So in terms of time frame, this is shorter because it does not have to involve loss assessment. There's also CAT bonds, but CAT bonds is a type of risk transferring where the risk is transferred to an investor. So it's a high yield debt instrument, and it's designed to help insurance company to manage the financial risk associated with natural disasters. So the trick, let's say part of it would be when there is no trigger, because just like the parametric insurance, this does require a certain flood event or a certain parameter to be high enough. But in case there is no trigger, the investor also receives the principal and also receives the interest rate paid, for example, by a government. So it would be a loss. Mm-hmm. And in case of the region, the catastrophe bond would work as a pool if it is shared among riparian countries. So we would not risk of losing in case there is not an event triggered, and this has to be done through various assessments. There's flood risk maps that show where the communities are highest at risk, what's the level of risk, which areas are highest at risk, but At the same time, given the lack of financing in the sector and the small finances in the environment sector per se, we suggest that the prioritization for this model should be the parametric insurance. And there are few lists or things that has to be determined prior. So it would be the risk profile and the frequency of event, the cost effectiveness, the speed of payout, administrative simplicity, localized coverage, budgetary consideration, flexibility and integration, regional cooperation. And there are many challenges and preconditions that have to be met. But as you can see, in the risk assessment and data collection, we have advanced for the region, especially with the flood hazard mapping. We have the risk maps that provide some data on property exposure, and we have historical loss data for the basin. Now, when it comes to the government's role, of course, public-private partnership, it was earlier discussed, and the government should collaborate with private insurers and financial markets to establish disaster risk financing schemes. Mandatory flood insurance could be possibly assessed, but also just including, at least in this phase, as a government policy, flood insurance should be considered. And the regional cooperation, we should definitely explore among riparians what could be the joint issuance of regional cat bonds and how this would allow riparian countries to pool the resources and share the risks. First and foremost, we don't have a risk financing strategy, which is very important for the transboundary perspective. So developing a risk financing strategy would be one key objective for the next coming years as part of also the flood risk management strategy per se. Integrating flood risk financing with national budgeting, strengthening legal framework, of course, and to enhance the early warning system. Now Faraz is here, and he can, of course, present and go into more technical details of what I just talked about. But what is of high interest for us is to see the audience perspective of what can be the next steps in transboundary settings and such initiatives. So how could we scale up, and how could we couple this risk transfer for the next couple of years with digital innovation, supporting an equipment to enhance response, and how to ensure capacity building.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That's very insightful. I think something that you stressed that really stood out to me is that it's not about risk financing, it's not about insurance, it's not about this. In no scenario does a risk finance solution as a standalone product work. There is so much else that is needed in terms of risk reduction, risk analytics, policies, more comprehensive approaches that embed a risk finance solution as one of the pillars, but not everything. And I think you presented that very well, showing the breadth of work you're doing. And then the other side of it is that this is not a national program. This is it crosses borders, and as do disasters. So I think that was quite interesting to see how you're overcoming some of these. I mean, you spoke of a disaster risk finance strategy. My experience with disaster risk finance strategies, we've worked a lot in UNDP with countries on disaster risk finance strategies. They're usually national with one sovereign. And even that is quite complicated because you have to bring so many ministries to a table. There's a lot of perspectives to consider and a lot of angles. Working interstate, I think that would be fascinating to see how that develops, and the regional approach could be very interesting. I'll stop talking here. I think Odette has provided quite a lot for us to think about. So if anyone has any comments, any reflections that you'd like to come in with, please do. And as Odette mentioned, Faraz was very much involved in this project, and he's still on the line with us. So. Any hands, any reflections? Otherwise, I will pose a question. I tried to limit my talking because I wanted to sort of hear from others, but It's really fascinating to see how you are approaching this, and you looked at different risk financing solutions. So you spoke of catastrophe bonds and parametric schemes. You said that for the catastrophe bond, there is this significant need for regional cooperation and some sort of framework. Can you elaborate a bit more on that? What is the reason for needing to, what are the barriers of setting up a catastrophe bond?
Well, from a management perspective, I would say that as riparian countries, we were already low, let's say, on finances to implement large-scale infrastructure projects. So in order for the government to transfer the risk to an investor and risk not having a triggered event, this in itself, it's not transferring a risk, this is adding to a financial burden. So when establishing a catastrophe bond for the whole region is different because the risk is shared among all riparians. But we also share a similar characteristic, especially in return periods of floods. And as if you would see back in the table with the financial figures, the loss was more or less the same for each of the riparians. So we would have more or less the same estimated loss in value. It's risky, it's tricky, it needs a transboundary cooperation, it needs a transboundary legal framework in place. We are not there yet, so there is certain steps that need to be taken. It's good to have it on the table, to explore, to present, and we're very grateful to at least share it as a mechanism, but also explore it further with a feasibility study. So this can be scaled up in the future after the project ends, and it can be transferred over.
That sounds great. Thank you very much. So join me in thanking Odeta, and then there's opportunity to continue the conversation further.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And for our third speaker, it's my pleasure to invite Darko Blajewski, who brings over 13 years of leadership experience from his work in North Macedonia's Insurance Supervisory Authority. He has a diverse background in banking, public debt management, insurance solutions. He actually focused his PhD on catastrophe risks and dedicated his career to advancing financial and insurance products in this space. He currently works for an IT company that focuses on insurance solutions and will be sharing with us an experience from North Macedonia. Welcome.
Thank you. Hvala. Kao što je...
Thank you. As has been said, I am hoping, as has been said, I will share with you my experiences, my presentation, my observations. I will try not to repeat myself because we've already heard so much. This is how I would like to share some of my observations. As time goes by, a significant share of consequences of climate change are not covered by insurance. And this is a burden on both on the individual as well as on society at large. And on the other side, globally we have various models of insurance against catastrophic risks. Unfortunately, there is no universal solution, no best solution. We have various models that we can group. Solidarity models, for instance, with extensive coverage. I like the Spanish model. There's the French model, but I especially like the Spanish model with extensive coverage. The premium is collected as part of the financing of regular insurance contracts. Whoever is not covered by insurance cannot be refunded for the damage they incurred. On the other side, we also have market-oriented models with or without minimal involvement of the state, such as in, for example, Great Britain, Austria, and Australia. We have combined cat risk insurance models, for instance, in the US. And we have a new generation of models. Regional pooling, as in the Caribbean, and individual countries, Turkey, Romania, and Mexico. What I think you might find interesting is the Turkish model. Turkey has a model of earthquake insurance with very low, for many years, very low penetration, which changed in 2012, 2013, when they realized that enforcement is highly localized and that those who did not pay for insurance against earthquakes have lost communal services, for instance, electricity and water. And at that point, because when this measure was introduced, the penetration jumped to 80% when it was conditioned by supply of communal services. So in Northern Macedonia, let's see what the characteristics are of the insurance market: a low penetration rate, and the density rate is very low. We have an overview on this slide. I have given an overview. To what extent the risk of fire, earthquake, flood, hail, and frost, what is their share in the total non-life insurance structure? We can all see that it is a very low level of premium, so that coverage for catastrophic risks is still insignificant. It has not grown much. On this slide, you can see where Macedonia is positioned relative to other countries in Southern Europe and the Caucasus when it comes to risk. And there was an interesting study, a research that we have seen how much damage would impact, potential for losses from major natural disaster would impact the country's GDP, and it could reach 56.1% of the country's GDP. Another study showed that, for instance, in the case of damages in 1995, damages from floods cost 77 times more than the funds that were reserved in the budget that were allocated for recovery from disasters. You can see, based on these figures, that there are significant variations and when it comes to consequences from catastrophic risks. In this spirit, an initiative was launched by the World Bank in 2008. Perhaps this initiative is well known in Serbia as well. It was a joint Serbia-Albania Northern Macedonia project that aimed to establish Europe Re in order to improve access to reinsurance. And the goal was to develop insurance products that would be more accessible to the general population, the broader target group, that would then help reduce the gap. Unfortunately, 10 years later, in terms of product development, the goal was not achieved because when the time came to offer and introduce these products, the problem was that the parameters of the products when it comes to weather events, when you need to have data and infrastructure that is still missing in Northern Macedonia. Gauges that are still manual, that are not in accordance with parametric insurance principles. Subsequently, area yield index insurance was introduced as a which relates to average yields in agriculture, and unfortunately demand was low because it was based on assessments through the statistical office, the state statistical office, based on surveys on data on yield, so it was not accurate and precise as farmers would have wanted it to be. So some final observations concerning the Europe RED project. The lessons learned from the implementation is that the main weakness of the project is the voluntary nature. The insurance companies that were supposed to offer their products, to sell their insurance products, should have joined the project voluntarily, but unfortunately these are privately owned companies with profit as a goal, and they did not see their interest in getting involved in these schemes. So there were few smaller companies that the reason is because this project was of a voluntary nature, and there were no incentives, government state incentives to drive the development of this product. So these are some of the key findings and lessons learned that we should consider as if you're introducing and trying to develop project. If you rely on people to join in voluntarily, the success will be questionable. Concerning agricultural insurance, we all well know that Northern Macedonia's agricultural sector has a significant share in the national GDP. The agriculture is subsidized with 60% for insurance premiums, but unfortunately there are no positive results. Less than 2%, according to some estimations, of the farmers, or agricultural producers, are using these subsidies. The problem is always related to the fact that farmers are not satisfied with the a loss assessment process in terms of the length of the process and what they get in the end. Whereas also insurance companies have negative technical results. The whole actuary concept of assessing loss damage is lengthy and bureaucratic. Nobody is very happy with this insurance. There were some surveys and studies that concluded that the state needs to have a greater role, and we need to find a universal minimum coverage so that there is no difference between the various insurance products based on which insurance company it is. So this needs to be standardized, and to avoid different methodologies, with one being indemnity, another being insurance based on parameters, etc. The key thing right now is to prepare the legal framework, the laws for the insurance pool in the agricultural sector. I don't know how far this project is ahead, but this is the only way to. The only way is to have all users of subsidies must be involved at least to a minimum extent in insurance coverage, and that this must be mandatory. This would be the only way to scale this up and get a broader mechanism for risk management. On this slide, I summarized some of the things I've already said. Insurance companies have limited capacities for creating, developing risk maps and models, and thus this should be centralized. There should be a centralized solution. Also, the infrastructure is tricky, especially when it comes to floods. There is negligence in cleaning and constructing canals and cleaning clogged drains along the riverbeds, and where the likelihood that a flood might occur is high. And surely, definitely, insurance companies do not want to take that risk. And there is also, on the other hand, unrealistic expectations from insurance benefits. Also, in addition, there is the state should, of course, assist and provide aid in times of crisis. With unfortunately, compensation is the percentage of compensation is very low, ranging between 15 to 30%. People rely too much on state aid, and this is also a challenge for the future development of the insurance market and for the transfer of the risk. When it comes to local government, they are very passive. I produced a study for the UNDP where I found that, or proposed that, budget reserves should be allocated and reserved for the reserve fund up to 3% of the budget, but this rarely happens. And the urban infrastructure, like schools and hospitals, are under the remit of the municipalities, and this is this should perhaps be centralized, or the state should take this over at national level. If there is any insurance paid for, normally it is fires and other catastrophic risks are not included because of the limited funds and budgets. And expectations are unrealistic that someone will come from somewhere to help. The EU, for instance, supported the Pelagonian region with aid for recovery from floods, and supported with 10 million euro. On this slide, you can just see my final conclusions and how I summed up my studies. We developed a study for the UNDP, and this information is from this study. Gradually, we need to decrease the funding of post-ante ad hoc catastrophic deferred drawdown option. Insurance, all kinds of insurance products are not for all farmers, but those who use subsidies we should find criteria according to which we can target our target group that needs to be covered or included. I also mentioned municipalities. I mentioned municipalities, but also at central level there is program budgeting and funds are allocated for catastrophic risks. But if these are not used in a year, they are reprogrammed, reallocated for other needs. The budget funds that are allocated for these purposes should be accumulated and to be so that they are spent only for their intended purpose. And this goes for municipalities as well. We should use other options such as prearranged loans, catastrophe deferred drawdown option offered by the World Bank. This is a prearranged scheme so that the loans can be used or granted in cases of severe catastrophic events, disasters, so that the state will avoid suffering the biggest consequences, because in the first days after a catastrophe, liquidity is the biggest problem. But if you have a prearranged instrument in cases of disaster, then it is easier. There are also local level, there are too many entities, too many stakeholders that are handling crisis: Directorate for Rescue and Protection, Emergency Sector, National Coordinator for Crisis, and so on, other ministries and so on. So my recommendation is that in small countries, these entities should be coordinated or should be integrated into one entity in order not to disperse and disperse resources and waste resources on communicating and coordinating, which prevents efficient response. And I also mentioned cat bonds. We also mentioned cat bonds. These instruments would be crucial, as well as other risk transfer mechanisms for huge risks that have lower frequency, so that, for instance, the capital, Skopje, should have a cat bond that would enable the recovery from this type of risk and reconstruction. Thank you for your attention, and I hope this was useful and that we will have a discussion concerning this.
Penetration remains low. But what's been really great is having someone that, like yourself, Darko, that's monitored this for a while and seen all these different initiatives that emerge and understanding why they face challenges in being rolled out. And I think that you touched on some broad categories and unpacked them. So on the one hand, the enabling laws and policies that are needed, ensuring that there is a conducive environment to actually make these products feasible. Data in the design that comes up, and that came up in all the presenters, actually all three of the cases that we had, is data, the lack of data. And because we're talking about parametric insurance, it becomes even more important to ensure that these products are robustly developed, especially in a context, and then it comes to this last point related to incentives. If we roll out products that do not deliver or do not meet the expectations of policyholders, we would undermine and have reputational risk moving forward to try and roll out. And I think that's one of the legacies that we have, is that in some of the contexts that we work in, people may not have, there's a trust issue. So we need to build that trust. I think the point on incentives was very interesting, looking at both the incentives for insurance companies to work in this space, but also the incentives of individuals, and the perception of the role of government versus the role of the individual, the role of the international community versus And all of these will be very interesting to unpack. In the next session, we'll look specifically at each risk financing tool, but we'll be looking at them almost, objectively. I would encourage you to reflect on the cases of the three speakers to really ground, what does it actually look like in reality? It's all well and good to say we want to have parametric insurance, but what is needed and all the laws that are required and the incentives and the data and so on. We are out of time, but I won't stand between you. So maybe we could take one question for Darko, but of course in the next session there might be, I think the speakers will be with you and in the lunch for speaking further. Any questions, comments, or is everyone very hungry? Great. Well, I'd like to sincerely thank our speakers. While there are echoes between the challenges, I think it really painted a picture of very different approaches and different things to consider. We'll take this into the next session after lunch as we look at disaster risk finance strategies, the different tools and application of them. And I'd like you to join me in thanking our 4 speakers for us online and the 3 speakers in the room. Thank you. Thank you so much. That was great. Sorry, we ran a bit over. No, it's okay. And I'll come again for the next session. Thank you. Thank you so much.
to go back. Thank you so
Welcome to those of you joining us. You'll see that the room's changed. Please do sit wherever you like. We're trying to have somewhat of an equal sort of distribution in the different groups. So when you see that one group has less people, please do join them. Welcome. We'll start in the next couple of minutes as the room is filling up. Great, it's filling up nicely. Last 30 seconds or so as the last people come in, and then we'll begin, and people can continue to join. So welcome back. Please, for those entering, please do sit wherever you see a space. If you see a group has less people, try and join them. There are some papers that have been left in that group. I'll come to that later, so don't worry too much about that. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you had a good lunch. This session is not a panel. This will be an opportunity. I felt that in the last session, in the World Cafe session, we spoke about some case studies. We started to look at some of the pros and cons of different risk financing mechanisms, some of the challenges of implementing these. And one important point that came out in Odetta's presentation is that you can't have risk financing as a standalone. It has to be embedded into a comprehensive approach. There isn't one thing that will fix the disaster risk finance need. And so what we've done here is, this is a simplified exercise. Of course, there are more disaster risk financing tools than those listed here. But I thought I'd look at some of the categories of risk financing tools, and then the kind of tools you could consider under those categories. And of course, these can be at the sovereign level, so for government to access insurance, parametric insurance, or it could be businesses, individuals. And the idea here is to reflect on how we would compose a disaster risk finance strategy. So you're looking at a national situation. What are the different risk financing tools that can be used? What are their merits? What are the challenges? The other thing to consider while considering the pros and cons of these is to think about timeliness. So not all disaster risk financing needs, not all the financing is needed all at once. We know that there is this initial very emergency situation with the relief. This is livelihood saving, life saving. Then you enter the recovery phase, and then you have the longer reconstruction phase that can take years sometimes. So different financing mechanisms are needed for different phases, and a combination of them. There isn't one that can cover all the financial costs. So in this activity, you'll work in your groups. For some of you, you might be very familiar with these risk financing mechanisms. You might have worked in these. Some of you are from insurance companies. For some of you might be less familiar. So there are some papers that you could look at with definitions of each of these. So the first 10 minutes of this session is for you to exchange in your groups. If anyone's had experience with the different risk financing mechanisms, have you tried to work with governments on an emergency reserve, putting that into the budget? Have you worked on insurance and parametric insurance? I think from the presentations we've had, it seems some of you have done quite a bit of work on this. What have been your experiences? What were the hurdles? Our three speakers in the last session started to map those out. There were challenges with data, there were challenges with regulation, there were no provisions for parametric insurance in some of the laws. And so to start to think about what were the hurdles, and then the second part of this is to look at what would you consider in an ideal world? What is the action that you would propose towards a risk finance strategy, a comprehensive risk finance strategy, a combination of these tools? Now you'll realize that for us, we spoke quite a bit about risk pooling. We haven't put that here. Of course, the insurance and parametric insurance could be set up in a pooling structure, either at a national level, a pool, or in multi-sovereigns working together. We haven't listed social protection, which can be also used as a way of scaling up. Shock responsive social protection programs can be ways. We tried to simplify it to these sort of broad areas to allow a discussion. I'll be around, I'll be walking around, joining your conversations. This exercise should take, we've got up to about 30 minutes, and then after that, it would be nice to, it won't be, no one will present their disaster risk finance strategy, but it would be more your reflections through the process of discussing these. What are the key ideas and themes, reflections that came up? And maybe even some recommendations. It's nice, we're getting close to the end of the conference. So what are the things that you think we should walk away thinking as key steps that are needed to enable a comprehensive disaster risk finance strategy? So over to you. You can, for those online, we will come back in 30 minutes and have an opportunity to hear reflections from the participants. And for those in the room, I wish you exciting deliberations. Thank you. Am I still mic'd up? I am still mic'd up. Can we switch it off? Because they're going to be now talking, I think. Should I just turn it off like this?
Ovo, a da li da ona ne bi da ima zvuk, da li to mi spuštamo ili ona? Sada je uključila ponovo. Samo proveri. You don't have anything.
I turned it on.
Kada
I hope you're having good conversations. Just to say, we'll close this in 5 minutes and then start to bring it out in plenary to reflect on what you've been discussing. Right. Okay, so I hate to interrupt what looks like very interesting conversations, but maybe we can now do this in plenary to bring it back to the group. So if I can have your attention, please. Thank you for your discussions. It's always very hard to end these sessions because I know that people's ideas are now flowing, and it's a very good opportunity to have these exchanges. What I would say is, before we dive into the feedback and reflections that you have, I have a suspicion whenever I've run one of these sessions, what happens is we all have our biases. So there is a possibility that some of the groups may have spent the whole time talking about the insurance mechanisms and not the others, which is totally normal. We all have our, depending on our work and our biases. So just to make sure we've sort of captured the different financing tools, I have a little quiz. Some of this might be very basic. I'll put this here. Some of it might be less so. So, we have microphones in the room, so please feel free to put your hands up. Which of the following is the primary advantage of using parametric insurance in disaster risk financing? Is it A, lower premiums compared to traditional insurance? Does parametric insurance provide lower premiums than traditional insurance? Is it B, faster payouts triggered by specific parameters? C, there's no need for government involvement. D, it provides full coverage of all disaster-related costs. You can either put your hand up or shout. B, correct. It provides faster payouts triggered by specific parameters because it does not require assessments of the observed losses on the ground. It is based on parametric triggers, which could be satellite-driven data and others. Risk models. What is the drawback of using catastrophe bonds, CAT bonds, in financing disaster risk? A, they require frequent renewal. B, they do not involve any risk transfer. C, they're complex and can be costly to issue. D, they are only available for developed countries. If you were paying attention to Odeta's presentation, she did flag this as well. Feel free to shout or put your hand up. I could see hesitation to put your hand up. Please feel free, or just shout it. I guess? C. Yes. They're complex and can be costly to issue. Now this one I might reword it. I don't think I've worded it very well. So which disaster risk financing tool provides immediate funds? What is the fastest way of accessing financing for emergency response costs? Is it reserve funds, contingent credit, climate resilient bonds, or development assistance? Yeah. Contingent credit, true, but there's one step further. That's it. But it's still it's fast. It is. And if we had put parametric, it would also be fast. But the reserve is money that's there and accessible. 2 more questions. I should have made this competitive, actually, but too late. What is the key feature of indemnity insurance in the context of disaster risk finance? A, it provides a fixed payout regardless of the actual loss. B, it compensates the policy holder based on the assessed value of the actual loss. It's only available to government institutions. D, it requires no evidence of damage to trigger the payout. This is the traditional insurance. Indemnity insurance is the insurance that you would be maybe most familiar with. B, absolutely. I think we have lots of insurance companies in this room. And then finally, this is more, it's not a multi-choice question. Can you share with me some of the common drawbacks of both parametric and indemnity insurance in disaster context? So not both of them together. What are the limitations of parametric insurance and what are the limitations of indemnity insurance. And considering the number of insurance specialists in this room, I think you might know more than I do on this. Any thoughts? So parametric insurance, what are the drawbacks of parametric insurance? Sorry? Yes. So it doesn't, the compensation is not always exactly what the damages are. It doesn't compensate for the losses exactly. There are some other issues, some that, with some of the parametric insurance schemes, they sometimes make it into the news. Some people are sometimes not happy. There's something called basis risk. Are you familiar with that? Because it's based on data, there are challenges. Sometimes that model doesn't work exactly as you expected it to. And what about indemnity insurance? What are the drawbacks? Why would you choose parametric instead of indemnity? It's faster. All right, I think that's enough. So the final section of this session is to just hear your reflections. So how did you find the session where you were looking at different risk financing tools? Did you find that your group spoke about one more than the other? What were some of the topics and themes that came up as you were starting to think of putting these into a comprehensive risk finance strategy? We have some microphones, so please feel free to put your hand up. I poked my ear in one of the groups that happened to be speaking English so I could understand. And there were some very interesting reflections, sort of looking at what the government role is and what the insurance companies can offer, and that question on responsibilities and who should be the one that steps in. But I'd be very curious to hear any of the themes that emerged. Maybe we start with the front group. If anyone wants to, you can all chip in and sort of reflect on your discussion. Yes, please.
Thank you for this session. It was really interesting. So we spoke a lot about the history in our region because we shared the same government 30 years, 20 and some years ago. And when we, in Yugoslavia, when we had a huge disasters in Budva in 70s and in Skopje in 80s, 63, sorry, first Skopje and then Budva. It was a huge earthquakes that flattened the both cities. And we have this additional part of the salary. It's salary, yes. One part of the salary for each employed in Yugoslavia gave a small portion to the recovery of those two cities. So it was not additional taxing, but solidarity from each, let's say, citizens to help to recover both cities. And we spoke about additional taxing, but we think that here, since the solidarity is very high level and additional taxing would mean that this is parafiscal, something this is a burden to the society, then somehow government steps in and take loans and help citizens in recovery. So we also spoke that since we are all countries in development, that maybe it would be good to have some solidarity fund like Morocco has, for example, that each house is paying a small amount for the insurance for every hazard, for multi-hazard, whether they are in flood zones or in earthquake zones. And it would cover the recovery for the region that would be affected once in a. So we are aware that the market, and also we know that the citizens don't have enough confidence, they don't trust insurance companies. In 2014, a lot of them had insurance, but it was damaging. For example, the flooding from the pipes, not from the river. And they would not have a payout. They thought they are covered, but at the end, small letter says that only the damage of the pipes, if the damage of the pipes caused the floods, you can have the payoff. If not, nothing. So a lot of them did not get the payoff, and somehow the trust to insurance companies on very low level, not only in Serbia, but in Bosnia and the whole region. And that's why we think that the government needs to step in to maybe create a product together with the insurance company to be for everyone.
So you think the government participation would give that trust to the citizens?
We think that government needs to give subsidies maybe in first 5 years to develop the insurance market. So somehow the government needs to step in to develop the market and to help somehow the mentality to change.
Sort of proof of concept. So test the product, show that it works before.
Yes, okay. And what is the good example in North Macedonia? They have mandatory insurance of the government buildings, schools and health centers. Am I right, Stevko? So all the schools and the health centers are covered by insurance, and that is a good example that the government insuring their own facilities and showing the good example for the citizens to go that way. So we need to go step by step, and it's like Natasha says, a long-term period. It cannot be done in 1, 3, 5 years, but we need to start immediately to make a good atmosphere for the insurance market and for the disaster risk transfer, for the risk transfer.
That sounds really great. So I think you touched on previous, I actually didn't know about this previous case where you had some sort of solidarity. I think that's a very interesting reflection. And then sort of the steps needed to build that market, maybe some regulation as well to accompany it, to say, look, we've reflected on this and this is more comprehensive in coverage, or these are, and maybe some sensitization as well, it sounds like. So this is what's included in your policy. This is why it will be different to that last experience you had, which was not covered. Those are excellent reflections. Anything else from this group before we move on? Thank you so much.
This is joint. It was joint effort. So yes, we discussed, and I just took everything and explained. Yes.
Thank you so much. That was really a lot of food for thought. So I appreciate that. Which group shall we go to next? Shall we do this one on the left here? So this was the group that I eavesdropped on. And there was some interesting reflections. Now, one reflection is that the majority of the group are actually from the insurance industry. So I think it would actually be very interesting to hear your perspectives, because I think this has been more the development sort of perspective and government perspective, correct, in your group? So is there any sort of reflection either from the conversation you had or in response to what you've heard in terms of what is needed to develop a disaster risk finance strategy? What are some of the steps? What are the combinations of tools that you think from the list that we had should be considered? Very wonderful. You can do it in any language, by the way. I will get my headset.
Još lakše ako mogu.
Well, in our group, we had mostly insurers, at least 2 representatives of insurance companies. So we're in favor of that first model, to have insurers as partners who will help with mitigation, for the simple reason that, as we have seen in the previous presentation, the penetration ratio in Serbia is still, it's stable, but on the low side. And there are potentials to raise this penetration ratio. It's only 1.9%, whereas in some member states of the European Union, in our vicinity, for instance, in the countries in our vicinity, for instance, Slovenia, where my parent company is, the penetration ratio is 5%. Density is 10 times higher than the density ratio in Serbia. So one of the schemes or programs that should be introduced is, in fact, insurance here in Serbia. Alexandra said in her presentation that in the past 10 years, from 2014 to 2024, a lot was invested into building the disaster risk register, reconstructing the infrastructure. But what we're missing is, in fact, the only thing we're missing is integrating insurance. We have a lot of examples in the European Union as well as in Turkey, how these pools, funds, facilities are established for instance, for the agricultural sector. And in some of the member states of the European Union have some mandatory schemes. In Italy, after the recent floods last year and just about a month ago, Italy is introducing mandatory funds. We did say this is a parafiscal mandatory payments. It's some form of parafiscal payment, but the conclusion is that it has to be a combination. It can't be just a single thing. Or the insurers should be the ones to manage uncertainty, and of course the state and other stakeholders, starting with also local government and others, should address infrastructure, which should determine the volume of potential damage.
Sort of the issue of trust for insurance companies. How are you as insurance companies thinking around this, recognizing that maybe certain regulation or certain models may have not worked as effectively in the past? It's a very long time ago, but these things stay. You know, trust is something that's quite hard to build. So what is your reflection on what is needed to bring these approaches to build that trust? And what is your reflection on the sort of the role of joint public-private partnerships on that?
Mi, nažalost, kao osiguravači vučemo.
As insurers, unfortunately, we have the burden of the hyperinflation of 20 years ago. When even the small, low level of trust that people had in insurance was fully lost. So we're struggling to regain that trust. So when we think about ensuring protection of personal property, of lives of family, that choice number one should be insurance. Everywhere globally, if you are talking about security, safety, you think about insurance to mitigate risk. Unless we have that, well, for instance, in the European Union, you need to first insure yourself to have coverage. And here we have a situation where, due to the limited financial capacity, spending capacity of the population, and we must offer products that are paid in installments over a longer period of time. And so there are local specificities. But as I agree, we should regain that trust. We should work to rebuild the trust. And what insurance can offer is that they can offer an immediate refund of damages. This is one of the main tasks of insurers, is to manage risk. And there's a problem in the regulations. We are part of an international group, and the new standards related to accounting standards, IFRS 17, is such that it does not allow us to establish funds for future catastrophes, but just those that are resulting from current business and not future. The standards envisage that. In this case, we need long-term funds. That's one thing. And if we manage to do this through insurance, it is very important. The capital market is extremely important. If we talk about cat bonds, that's why we said D, not C. And this is the reason why, if you look at capital invested by insurance companies here in non-life insurance, over 60% of are invested into state bonds. It's a huge concentration of risk. And if we had cat bonds as a type, we would have an excessive concentration of risk. We need to think about different mechanisms and investments, because the frequency of the events is.
We had in the case study where, in the case, in Odeta's case, they were looking at the different mechanisms, parametric and cat bonds, and maybe there is more to be done for cat bonds to become viable and accessible. But in the meantime, there is an opportunity. It's more lower hanging fruit in terms of parametric. Before we run out of time, thank you so much for all your insights. Before we run out of time, I'd love to hear, because there was quite a conversation in the corner, on what you found yourself discussing and sort of reflecting on in terms of a disaster risk finance strategy. Was there a specific tool that you found yourself focusing on, some of the challenges that you reflected on? Anything you could share with us on your conversation? Anyone?
In our group, we focused mostly on the Spanish model and their insurance model. One share of the motor vehicle insurance, property insurance is over 3% goes through the premium. Over 3% goes to a fund managed by the state, which is used then to disburse, to make payments in cases of disasters. So, for instance, if there is damage to property, whoever insured their house can get refunded for the damages they had on their house or a real estate or motor vehicle. They have 90% penetration ratio. But they have been building this model for 70 years to achieve what they have achieved. We also mentioned what we have in our country. Currently, Sandra mentioned the problems related to insurance. We are in negotiations with a new arrangement on CAT-EO. We could draw up to 70 million. We can't remember exactly, but we paid 400,000 for the membership, if I remember correctly. We mentioned the parametric problem. When in parametric insurance, when we have a disastrous event, a catastrophic event, there's a certain level benchmark of the parameter. If it's a little below that, then people will not be reimbursed. Only a little over that threshold, then they will be refunded. But of course, there is also attempts to keep social peace through aid, so that people can be reimbursed for the damage. That's it.
Other thing that I heard actually while walking around was you mentioned that sort of where the threshold of payout comes in. And actually, I've been in situations previously where, because I was part of the African Risk Capacity, for example, and there was a payout in the first year to 3 countries out of 4 that signed up. So it was like everybody wanted insurance now because there's 3 payouts in the first year. And so some of the countries came and they said, can we increase our attachment point? Or can we reduce to, like, we want payouts every 2-3 years for the droughts. And we say, okay, but let's look at the pricing of that. And I find what it does is it starts a conversation on risk reduction. And that's the beautiful intersection between what is insured and what is actually uninsurable. It's not recommended to have insurance for something that pays out so frequently, but it requires quite a lot of, it's as you spoke about keeping peace and sort of, the way people would perceive that. We spoke about trust. it's sometimes people feel that they just missed, it's almost like a goal, that they missed the mark of receiving a payout. But that's not really the idea. The idea of insurance is it's your safety net, but you don't want it. Sorry, I'm speaking too fast. Okay, thank you. But those are fantastic reflections. Thank you so much to all of you for sharing these reflections. I've personally learned quite a lot. I did not expect tax to come up. I thought that would be the most unpopular of the list. It's very interesting to hear about the sort of the tensions between different risk financing solutions, what has been used in the past. I think the energy in the room is very interesting. There's a lot of curiosity. There's a lot of practical examples that have been brought in this session and the session before, and throughout the day, actually, throughout this conference. We close this session. We go into a short coffee break, and then we have the final panel to bring it all together. So thank you all.
guilty, not guilty if you lose.
Okay.
Okay, let's see now.
So I'm very not very good with communication. How do I know what the handle is?
UNDP Sustainable Finance Hub, I think.
Okay.
I think that's how
Knows about.
I will find you. And of course I'll look,
Yeah.
we'll follow you and look what you have to. You
go.
probably will play something, I mean, your
Perfect.
communication.
Yes.
You cannot trust the
Thank
guys.
you.
Really.
Thank
This
you
is
so
it.
much.
Thank you. I'll just make sure I
Let's
give you
see,
my, yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
To be aware, unfortunately, to be aware that this is a possible.
This one?
Yes, the first one.
Okay.
Here.
And then I think stars, and then in the corner, Mr. Mashi. The comes with this. So you can be in the middle, stars. It's okay? Okay. And then you're happy to it's okay. Fantastic. Great. Thank you very much. I hope you had a good coffee break. So for our final panel today, we have two distinguished guests that will help us distill some of the key ideas that have emerged. I feel that there's been a lot of unpacking of the context of the West Balkans, the climate issue, the disaster risk, some of the financing approaches that have been implemented, some of the things that are needed to create the opportunities for the scale-up of insurance and risk finance. And I'm pleased to be joined by two distinguished panelists that come from different backgrounds. So we have one development perspective, one private sector. A lot of questions have emerged related to the role of the insurance industry and the role of the development sector and the role of the public sector. I'm speaking too fast. I'm being so I'm pleased to introduce Mr. Francesco Masci, who has been leading DDOR Insurance as chairman of the executive board since 2022. He has a background in investment banking and significant expertise in mergers and acquisitions. In particular, I look forward to hearing how he's working to advance DDOR's role in the Serbian insurance market, especially through sustainable practices and innovative risk management approaches. Welcome, Mr. Masci. I'm also delighted to introduce my good colleague, Stanislav Kim. He's the team leader for the Climate Change and Disaster Resilience team at the UNDP Istanbul Regional Hub. He has over 25 years of experience in disaster risk reduction, energy and environmental programs across Europe and Central Asia. He supports 18 countries in building resilience to natural disasters and promoting risk-informed development. I look forward to hearing about the development lens to this conversation and the application of risk finance and insurance in the context of sustainable development. Welcome. So to begin with, we've heard quite a bit today about some of the key findings. So my colleague Faraz presented some stark statistics, and some of the presenters that came after in providing their case studies looked at a very serious case of disaster risks, great impact on GDP in the past. The forecasts are not looking better, they're actually quite alarming. And at the same time, a situation where insurance is underutilized, people are not protected, there is a large protection gap between the losses experienced and what is protected by insurance. So to begin with, I'd like to turn to you, Mr. Masci, to ask, as the chairperson of the executive board of DDOR Novi Sad, what role does sustainability and climate risk management play in the broader business strategy of your company?
Good afternoon to everybody and welcome.
Opportunity to thank the organizers for inviting me, as it is my privilege to join this conference representing the DDOR and Unipol. When it comes to your question, it is worth stressing that climate change is more than just a simplistic catchphrase, and it matters because it is a risk that poses a threat to our lives, businesses, livelihoods, and also to the insurance sector, whose traditional analysis being used to cater to the protection needs of the customers from extreme weather events and natural catastrophes have become obsolete. Therefore, there is now some ground to cover to develop new and more sophisticated predictive models that can define new probability scenario, allowing us to anticipate certain risks and trends. Besides, to my mind, the sustainability narrative should start from the governance, and in order to give you the flavor of the steps taken when back in early 2022 I took over as CEO of DAY2, we started integrating in the company an ESG strategy consistent with our group, and among the major initiatives I would flag the setup of the sustainability department in order to spur our initiatives, the integration of the group sustainability policy and climate change strategy, the United Nations Global Compact membership, and last but not least, the harmonization of the remuneration policy of the managers with Unipol by introducing KPIs linked to the achievement of certain ESG targets. And that being said, with regard to Unipol and DAY2, in the context of the 2022-2024 group strategic plan, which is about to end, Unipol has set out challenging ESG targets, boosting the group's drive to contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations 2030 Agenda, integrated into Unipol's strategy. And in a nutshell, by 2024, with regard to underwriting, the share of products with environmental and social value is targeted equal to at least 30%. Besides finance, targeting financial investments to support the Sustainable Development Goals equal to at least 1.3 billion euros, and joining the Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance, whose institutional members have committed to transitioning their investment portfolios to net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. Also real estate, where the goal is to halve Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions linked to electricity, gas, and other energy sources for all the buildings by 2030. And lastly, the engagement of the management. 20% of the long-term incentives of all Unipol managers, including myself, are linked to these ESG targets. And this serves as a powerful tool to demonstrate our gratitude to the communities we serve, as well as to align our commitment with the ambition to deliver sustainable operations.
Thank you so much. I always find it very interesting to hear hear the perspective of insurance companies on this subject. Sorry, I think now it's working. Yep. With insurance companies, your entire business is based on understanding risk. And when you're alarmed by these trends, thank you. So I find it very interesting to hear insurance companies speaking about this, because you've made an entire business on understanding and managing risk. And if there are concerns, and this is a subject that is of concern to you, I think it's really showing how serious this matter is. I really appreciate how you presented the different ways that you're working across your business. It's not in one initiative, it's really mainstreaming climate change across several of your practices. I'd like to turn attention to UNDP. So, Mr. Kim, if you could share with us, I mean, we've heard quite a few of the initiatives that UNDP is supporting across different countries on strengthening disaster preparedness and response. Could you give us a bit more insight on the approach that you're taking and how UNDP works specifically with national governments and other stakeholders to roll these out?
Yeah, thank you, Tuga. Indeed, and you know, sometimes this is one of the most difficult questions, actually, to explain what UNDP is doing on the ground. Because the reality is the following, that we operate in 170 countries, probably with one of the most challenging mandate, which to support government in their development journey. And the trajectory of their development, their priorities are so different. That's why we really need to adjust the way of our operation And despite the global, objectives or regional objectives, to have to be relevant at the national level. And, there is a certain evolution of what we are doing, yeah? And I would say that 20 years ago, we had quite a limited disaster risk reduction approach in general, yeah? So it's not been on the global development agenda. But then we just realized, that with every year, it's more and more difficult for us to secure the development results actually we achieved. Because of climate change, because of anthropogeneous factors, and many other reasons, it's more and more frequent disasters. And for us today show that in the Western Balkans, the number of climate-related disasters, it's triple or even 5 times more frequent rather than like 20, 30 years ago. And for us, disaster risk reduction, it's one of the key priority, but it's on building of overall resilience, whereas a disaster is just one element of it, yeah? And for many years we supported government, and the bread and butter of UNDP, it's the development of legal and institutional setup, really to promote a certain agenda, yeah? And we've been supporting governments in different countries in the DRR agenda. In many cases, it's not easy, and sometimes some devastating disasters, it's some sort of wonder which happened and really changed the overall perception of situation. And I guess the flood of 2014 in Serbia, it's been such a trigger which really changed, the level of understanding and certain behavior from all the partners involved. And by moving this DRR agenda in general, we also realized that, despite all the efforts we are doing, and we are not alone, this is also clear. There are many other players within the development agencies and others here. And still we are, behind what is happening. And the financial ability of country to respond to everything, they are very much limited. And this is how the risk financing actually topic been prioritized by us. Because for decades it's been occupied by private sector, and it was okay to a certain extent. And then we realized that we need to step in. At the same time, we never pretended to be the lead agency in this particular topic, yeah? So we always, it's clear for us, we have our mandate as a development agency, and the best way how we can do it is really to connect different players. From IFIs, from private sector with the national counterparts, and probably the main strength of UNDP, it's our presence on the ground and deep understanding of trends and tendencies at the national level. Because we are among the agencies which are working, very closely with the governments, and in many cases we are choice number one wherever any questions happen. So that's why our role right now is really to build this type of partnership, and consortium in the different countries or in a region, really to find the best way how to develop a particular modality, and we are very much rely on the cooperation with other partners who are more experienced, who have all the instruments and knowledge. And we've been very lucky that after a few years of consultation, the IRRF been established, and now we have such a great colleagues like Tuga, who really support us, in this journey. Because for me, I'm an environmental engineer, yeah? So I'm not a financial person, I'm not economist, but I know how to connect, different things, and how from the legal and administrative and institutional way, really to promote different topics. And the conference which we are supporting here, and we organize together with the colleagues from Serbia country office, it's a really opportunity for us to double check actually where we think in the right way. So what are the feedback from our national counterparts? And this previous exercise was very interesting, as Tuga said. Really for us to understand and to approach our partners, both at the national level and international level, so what we can do. And as I said, really to find the recipe how to change the situation. Because whatever is happening right now in this region is not right, yeah? So you've seen, examples from Africa, from Asia, from Latin America, and all other regions. But unfortunately, in this particular region, which for many people, because in the title of our region we have Europe, they all believe that we're very much advanced, on this topic. Unfortunately, it's not true. And probably it's a, very rare opportunity for us to really change the situation.
Thank you so much. That's really great. I think some of the things that you've highlighted kept coming up in one way or another. The need for really integrating this into policies, the need for reform, some of the solutions that are being brought forward. We heard about how there is no provision in the law for parametric insurance in some cases. And so there is quite a bit of work to be done, you know, UNDP, government, hand in hand, looking at the enabling environment, with the view that we're not going, UNDP doesn't have the resources or the skills to actually come in and be the insurer, but to then create a space, an enabling environment for insurance companies to come with their products and their offers. So I'd like to, on that point, actually draw on a follow-up question to you, Mr. Mashi. So how are you integrating issues of sustainability and climate risk management through your product, your company products and services? You spoke to us more generally on how the policies and how you made climate change mainstreamed across the company. But if you could give us a flavor related to the products and services, that would help. That would be interesting.
To start with, climate change remains at the core of the group strategy by adopting a holistic and forward-looking approach, which is on full display with the group emerging risks management framework, where the top 10 emerging risks, including climate change, are identified and their interconnectedness is assessed along with their impact and the actions taken by the group to tackle and mitigate them. With regard to underwriting our products and services and leaving aside all the marketing initiatives conceived to raise the awareness about climate action, I would mention those solutions crafted to support the mitigation and adaptation to climate change, such as, for instance, the agreement between Unipol-SAI and SNAM, a leading European operator in natural gas transport and storage, for an ESG-focused civil liability policy that, in short, entails the reduction of the premium upon the achievement of objectives to lower greenhouse gas emissions, therefore rewarding the investments in the gas network infrastructure. Besides, the introduction of climate risk pricing models that draw on probabilistic models that detail the physical phenomena underlying the natural catastrophes and mirror the features of the insured assets and the concentration risk. Besides, the setup back in 2016 of the dedicated solutions factory of the group named DAY2, which commits to developing data-intensive solutions and applications using artificial intelligence, data mining, and machine learning aimed at tackling, amongst other things, the hydrogeological risk. Furthermore, the development of risk prevention and claims management support tools, such as weather alert service and satellite data analysis, the issuance of a cat bond worth 100 million euros, the issuance of a green bond worth 1 billion euros, whose proceeds are allocated to finance or refinance new or existing eligible green assets that meet certain eligibility criteria, such as green buildings, energy efficiency, renewable energy, environmental sustainable management and land use, and clean transportation. And last but not least, the development of public-private partnership projects. And here I'd like to make a couple of examples on sustainable mobility. Firstly, the use of telematics through the over 4 million black boxes installed in the vehicles of Unipol-SAI insurance users that enable us to gather a humongous amount of data on traffic and mobility. Ballpark figure, 100 million kilometers per day is being recorded, that are made available on a no-name basis to the public administrations that are the first users of this data. And all in all, the black box plays out as a green box due to its capability of assessing the environmental impact of the different driving styles. And secondly, the setup in collaboration with the Polytechnic University of Milan of a think tank, the Urban Mobility Council, whose main goal is to facilitate the cooperation between scientific institutions, universities, private sector and the public sector in order to ensure a smooth transition towards a new mobility system, sustainable, green, connected, and green.
This is absolutely fascinating. I mean, what you're talking about goes so much further than what we imagine in terms of insurance and a transaction related to a specific risk. You've spoken in terms of the powerful potential you have in terms of generating data that is critical not just for the insurance transaction, but for changing behaviors, for adaptation planning, for future-proofing investments. One thing that's very interesting is related to the incentives, the power of insurance to incentivize risk reduction measures, adaptation, investments in future-proofed investments. And then you also mentioned public-private partnerships. So one question I would like to reflect on with you, Mr. Kim, is, you know, we have from UNDP, you work with the private sector, you work with government, you work with, can you share some perspective on the complementary role to the initiatives of government, the private sector? What can the private sector, how does that complement what you're already doing in supporting a comprehensive risk financing approach in Serbia, but also in the West Balkans in general?
Yeah, thank you, Tuga, for your question. And indeed, that's very interesting because, I mean, the example of my colleague, you know, been referred also to the green agenda. And for UNDP right now, we are not only dealing with the risk financing, but also, I mean, it's about SDG financing, which is a different aspects. And to try to do it in a different way, and there are many experiences in this particular area already, with a very positive impact, you know, in the region of Central Asia, Western Balkans, and as well as Southern Caucasus. And, you know, regarding stream of potential cooperation with the private sector, and probably it could be quite a mutually beneficial, as I said, because it's a combination of our experience in this institutional legal issues and the technical expertise from the private sector. And, you know, we're also talking about efficiency, because for us, we cannot really compete in a way of application of certain innovations or, you know, like certain approaches with the private sector, which is driven completely different type of principles, yeah. But what we are facing right now in this region, it's first of all awareness raising, which is a very basic in many cases. And we are not talking about ordinary people, it's also for the governments. Because, I mean, the way how we operate and how we consider risk financing, it's a bit different, I mean, from the overall global trend. And probably, you know, like political commitment, it's something which is critically important to start anything. But in order to reach this level, we need to start with awareness raising and capacity building of our counterparts. And this is what we are doing already for a few years. And this is one area where we can really work closely. Then regarding political commitments, which I already mentioned, you know, it needs to be visible for our government counterparts that it's not just an agenda of international organizations like UNDP, but it's also supported by private sector. And we had numerous meetings with the biggest insurance and reinsurance companies. And our region, it's super attractive for them because simply there is not much exist. I mean, it's a gray zone, and you know the diversification of portfolio is something which is a key for many insurance and reinsurance companies. That's why we are very attractive, I mean, from this financial perspective or for economic perspective. I mean, private sector itself, they face certain issues, you know, how to approach national counterparts. And building these political commitments together, it's something which we can consider all together, yeah? Second point, and it's been already mentioned, on data and technologies. So especially in a post-COVID time, it's becoming so visible that technologies are moving super fast, and we cannot just ignore it. And for us, in his presentation also mentioned, is one of the barriers. I mean, the technological solutions in this region are not well, you know, like used in a certain way. And that's why, as I said, private sector much faster, you know, like use all these things and much more experience, while we can really connect it with a certain institutionalization of this knowledge in a more systematic way, where it will not be just one company driven, but wherever it will be a certain trend. And digitalization, AI, all these topics, it's one of key priority of UNDP globally. And actually, this is another area. And the great example of Serbia with the register, which has been established, It's something which we really wanted to share, with everyone. And I do believe that private sector can also benefit from access to this data, which is a key for development of products here, for development of triggers, really to calculate and to understand, so how to implement particular instrument in the reality of Serbia, for example, yeah. From another hand, UNDP developed this register not for ourselves, yeah, and not only for government, but actually really to use it as an instrument for building resilience, yeah. So it's a technology, it's data, but it is something which is critical for the next step. And maybe the last point I would mention, it's a joint development of particular instruments. So it's not it's rocket science in many cases for our region, yeah, but it's something which is already well known by private sector, but something which we need to develop for this region. For example, pools, regional, sub-regional pools. We really need the expertise, and not only the expertise, but also the resources, because it's required a lot of investments. And in order to establish any product, it needs to be partnership in between public and private. And this is another area where I believe we can be quite successful. Tuga, no, so we have an already agreement with the 17 biggest reinsurance company. And this is the way how we at the global level already try to institutionalize our relations with the private sector. And I do believe we need to find a way how to do it for the Western Balkans, to create, maybe a small group, but private sector companies, international financial institutions, UNDP, and many others. So really to find what to do, because as I said, this discussion already going for a number of years, and we don't have a privilege, like to continue it in this way. Yeah. So very soon there is a question. So what practically we'll be doing, and that's why we are again here today.
Thank you very much. That's a lot of different pillars that I think together leverage the expertise of the private sector, leverage the capital that is available in the private sector. But maybe there's a bridging role that, if I understand what you're sort of laying out, that UNDP plays together with government partners to start to bring it and anchor it within development, within governance, within policies, and also to convey sort of where this fits and alignment as well related to other resilience initiatives and so on. Very insightful, and especially actually I think a whole topic could be taken up based on what you've both discussed related to technologies and AI, and that the potential is so large, but how do we seize that, and how do we have a conversation where there's a different competitive advantage of what the private sector skills are. They're completely different. They're operating, they're moving very fast in terms of technology. The sort of models and approaches are different. And then the positioning and the relationship that is very, very old between UNDP and governments, and how to marry that and bring something that could feed into a resilience building agenda. I'll turn to the audience now. I'm sure there are many questions that you have to our two distinguished guests. There will be microphones if we haven't taken them all. Yes. So please do put your hand up. I think maybe what we could do is we could take a couple of questions at a time. I'm sure there'll be a few. Feel free to put your hands up. Any questions? I have some more. I could continue the conversation, but I wanted to share. All right. Anyone waving their hand? No. Great. I think everyone's mesmerized by this conversation. So if I could come back and sort of take a bit more of if anyone changes their mind, by the way, do put your hand up. So if I could come back and sort of think about the future. So we've had 2 very enriching days. We've discussed a lot of potential. We've discussed the challenges. We've discussed some of the actions that are needed. We've explored other solutions from Spain and France and others, models that might be of interest and application here. I'd like to sort of put on our future lens now, and I'll start with you, Mr. Kim. So while it's clear that there have been many strides, the risk register has been discussed quite a bit. That's quite a comprehensive achievement and quite an advancement, as well as some of the other initiatives that we've explored. What is your hope for the next 10 years? So we're here today to sort of look at where we are from 10 years ago. We heard that 10 years ago maybe it was very reactive, and I think clearly it's on our mind that there is a need to be proactive. There are some strides and some steps, but as you say, there's still some way to go. So looking forward, what's the good trajectory for disaster resilience in the next 10 years for the West Balkans?
Yes, thank you, Tuga. And indeed, you know, the first question probably it's a definition of time. It's slightly changing with the age. Yeah, and where we think like 10 years, is it short term or long term? Yeah, and for many people it's a long term perspectives, but in reality it's just really nothing. Yeah, I'm from the country actually where in 1997 we developed a national strategy 2030. And there's been a lot of jokes here, actually, that nobody will be alive while this 2030 will be. I was young, yeah, so, and it was interesting. And now we are just in a few years before this 2030. And this reality, it's happened. Like this 35 years, it's been like one flash. So that 10 years, it's not much, to be honest, yeah. And so that's one thing. Another point that working for UNDP or for UN in general, especially in the current political setup and what is happening on the global level, you need really to believe and you need to be very positive and forward-looking. Because wherever we just analyze all the barriers around us, actually, it's a bit difficult, you know, to find a certain solution. That's why we need to be like this. And we really need to inspire people, and that's why actually we are moving in this direction. So that's why if we are talking about this perspective, I do believe that first of all, we don't have a choice. That's probably another element, because with all the trajectory which been shown at the first session on the climate change, with every year record, with the heat waves, with the wildfires, with the floods, I mean, it's, to be honest, it's not strategic and to a certain extent stupid if we will just continue whatever we are doing. And I do believe that the society, as a people, as a group of, you know, like professionals, we can really afford, you know, just leave it as it is. So in my view, you know, like this regional type of solution, it's something which we are really looking for. Whatever it will be, even example, and I said 10 years is not much, yeah? So really just to demonstrate for population and for the governments, and really to prove that the scheme is really, you know, like it's real, I mean, in the circumstances of Western Balkans. This is something which we really wanted to do. It's dream as of now, but I do believe that every dream could be realized in this way. So, and that will be a good example for all of us, because unfortunately, you know, this experience from other regions and whatever, it's not a strong message for our counterparts really to change it. And I really hope that we will not find any more excuses, you know, like to justify why it's not moving. And it's a shame, you know, like whatever it will happen. So I really believe that it will be a certain combination of public and private partnership, because this is also, there is no way for us to avoid it. So definitely the government itself will not be able to develop an independent system which will be fully government driven, yeah? So it's for sure the partnership with the private sector. It's a data-driven process. Unfortunately, we don't have many examples, you know, in this region where there's a data-driven decision-making been done. It's not common. I mean, forecast, modeling, it's something for many officials, it's something from the movies, you know, like, which is not considered seriously. And I had a lot of discussions in my own country, in the region of Central Asia, wherever, for example, for Minister of Finance and Minister of Economy, you need to prove it. And sometimes they ask, can you guarantee that disaster will happen next year? Because we have a special planning mechanism, and if you cannot guarantee, so we are not able to justify it for the government and whatever, yeah? I mean, this is a clear example that, I mean, it's not a data-driven, but it's more like, I don't know, process-driven type of stuff, yeah? But I do believe we cannot really afford it, because, I mean, this planning for the future, it's something which needs to be considered with understanding in which environment we are living and what of trends is going around. And in the very end, it will be our contribution in the building of resilience. Yeah, resilience both at the national level and the personal level. Wherever in the 10 years we will be able to change behavior of and understanding of, let's say, ordinary people, ordinary population, maybe it will be challenging exercise. So that's why development, you know, the sovereign instruments and something maybe It's something which quite promising comparing to development of certain things. But for UNDP, you know, social, you know, type of stability, social security, and thinking about population is also one of our priorities. That's why we can also try to develop a certain microinsurance schemes or something which is about, let's say, population itself, to engage them in this process with a full understanding and create the understanding that it's not just like for government and not the business of particular companies, but it's something where the population benefit direct. And that's a very sensitive issue, which is a building trust and a dialogue in between population and government, because with the COVID, post-COVID, with everything that's happened, probably this lack of trust from population to governments, it's one of the key barriers. And unfortunately, in risk financing, it's so visible. And yeah, that's something which is not just a dream, but for us on the quite a regular base. I mean, we really try to approach each and every challenge which we are facing in this particular topic. And I do believe in a 10 years period, we will be reporting on what we did.
I think you've turned my question round, and basically we can't wait for the future. The future's now, and I think that disasters and climate change will not wait 10 years for us to figure out how to build these systems, and I think that that message is very clear. Mr. Mashi, I won't ask you about the future because your presentation sounded like you live in the future. You have technologies that are remarkable, you have approaches that are great. How do we bring that in? What is needed to strengthen risk financing across West Balkan countries from your perspective? How does this all come together from your perspective?
First of all, I'd like to follow up on the answer just given. 10 years is a very short time span, but certainly the weaknesses that can be observed in the country are also, in my opinion, a strength, because this country can learn from the lessons of the other countries. For instance, take a look at what happens in Italy, what happened last year in my country, and you can easily feel what is at risk in this moment. So this is the direction of travel, in my opinion, is clear, despite the fact that I fully agree that, of course, in 10 years you cannot do that much to completely reverse course. When it comes to your question, first and foremost, again, the pivotal role that might be played by the public-private partnership. And let's talk about the numbers. Let's talk about the figures, which can give you the flavor of the scale of the issues that we are facing. 2023, almost 400 natural disasters, resulting in all global economic losses in the region of $380 billion US. Protection gap hit a high. 2024 figures, H1 2024 figures, which do not include the impact of the destructive hurricanes, which in recent weeks have wreaked havoc on several areas in Florida, just confirmed that the climate change risk is on a very high level, with global economic losses in the region of $120 billion US, insured losses in excess of $60 billion US, significantly higher than the average, which is in the region of $37 billion US. And while on the one hand, the latest available data on insured losses skew the global pattern of economic costs towards the wealthier region, on the other, disasters are anything but impartial, and they push the vulnerable countries and their people further into poverty, as when disasters strike the poorest countries, they undo decades of hard-won progress. And in addition, there is an invisible economic, developmental, and social toll of disasters, which includes the human lives lost, the losses in productivity, the broken supply chains, and the enduring impact of disrupted education. Besides, the underinsurance levels paint a quite complex picture. In Italy, again, 6% of the houses and 5% of the small and medium enterprises are backed by an adequate insurance coverage, despite the fact that 94% of the municipalities are exposed to a hydrogeological risk. And this, of course, ahead of the introduction of the mandatory Nat Cat insurance policy for the businesses starting from 2025. With regard to the public-private partnership, let's stress again one concept, in my opinion. As a matter of fact, the costs generated by extreme weather events and Nat Cat events across the world are implicitly unjust because of the fact that must be covered by the local governments. Therefore, all the taxpayers, even those who do not own a building or who do not suffer any damage, actually contribute to the reconstruction works. Therefore, it is critical to bring together the governments and the insurance industry in order to design policy solutions, alleviate the impact of natural hazards, encourage positive change in the insurability of assets and infrastructures, and ultimately make insurance available and affordable. For instance, think of upgrading the building codes or investing in the resiliency of the buildings, which, according to a paper prepared by the World Economic Forum in cooperation with McKinsey, might add value up to 15% of a region's gross domestic product. And here I'd like to introduce the Life There Is project, which is partially funded by the European community and launched by Unipol together with public institutions and municipalities in order to offer a concrete response and provide small and medium enterprises with a toolkit to identify, assess, and mitigate their risks and ultimately enhance their resiliency to climate change impacts. Secondly, good governance is key to curtail a disaster risk, as once one hazard occurs, it can trigger other devastating events. And because of the fact that more severe and less predictable extreme weather events are on the rise, it is worth recalling to my mind the scheme launched by the United Nations, Early Warnings for All, aimed to alert people to emergencies in advance, as 24 hours notice can cut disaster damage by 30%, entailing the engagement of the public sector to secure the funds necessary, to provide the data helpful for designing and targeting the warnings, and ultimately to deliver the warnings. And in addition, we are talking also about floods. With regard to floods, a fix must be deployed to both cities and landscape in terms of mitigation and adaptation with regard to urban wetlands and forestry, permeable surfaces, stormwater management system, river restoration projects to contain flood risks downstreams. And thirdly, unfortunately, we must be pragmatic and we must come to terms with the idea that the costs related to the ESG transition still play an outsized role in framing the expectations of the individuals and of the businesses and in driving change. And the reality is that habits will change only when the transition will become sustainable from an environmental and an economic standpoint. Therefore, a balanced approach is necessary to avoid daydreaming about unrealistic goals and to flip the conventional wisdom seriously flawed that an equitable climate action is a done deal. As a matter of fact, the costs of inaction might be very expensive and even existential. But let's please keep in mind that according to certain analysis, climate change might cost by 2050 up to $3 trillion per year, and that currently the climate action is hugely underfinanced, around 1/6 of the money that is needed. Also, in the first months of 2024, institutional investors have pulled approximately $40 billion out of ESG-focused sustainable investment funds, due also to the underperformance relative to peers, as they missed out on strong returns from fossil fuels companies that they actively avoided. And this, in my opinion, raises our concern, despite the fact that there is a strong appetite for institutional investors to invest in this area. And even though they play a catalytic role in securing the funds necessary to deliver a green transition, it's a fact that we cannot brush aside that still they must pay attention to the returns generated by their investments. Therefore, in conclusion, I strongly believe that it is paramount to align the engagement of all the relevant stakeholders with our ambition to an equitable climate action.
Thank you very much. Those two sort of concluding statements, actually, they bring us to a very important point that shows that there's quite a lot to do, but there's a lot of opportunity in working together and in aligning different development initiatives that actually should be working together, not in silo. So thank you so much to both of you for this. I'll have one last call for questions, just in case someone's got a burning remark. Otherwise, we will close this session. Great. So all that's left is to thank you both for your insights. I've certainly taken a lot, lots of fruit for thought. And this is a great way to end the session. I think we've all got a sense of urgency. I think there is a sense of urgency, but also there's been a lot of solutions and actions that have been laid out in this session and steps for us to really take forward. So thank you both.
So we are moving to the final session of our meeting today, and actually I have a privilege, to make a closing type of remarks. I mean, it's been short, and I know that, in the course of one day, it's just not enough time, really to understand the whole complexity. Our previous meetings, been for 2-3 days, and it also wasn't enough, really to understand what exactly we shall do. But, we have a certain plan, and, the conference which we organize right now, it's part of certain process which UNDP is, implementing in this particular region. And, the outcomes of this meeting will be presented at the European Disaster Risk Reduction Platform, which will start in 2 weeks in Budva, in Montenegro. So we are the co-organizer of a number of sessions, and particularly on the risk financing. And for us, it's a very great opportunity, to represent, your voice in front of our partners from mainly European countries. Considering that European Disaster Risk Reduction Platform, it's a very unique structure comparing to any others, which is consisting from developing countries from the eastern part of the region and developed countries. So it's always dialogue in between donors and recipients from one side. From another, it's a dialogue in between partners, because we are in a very special type of setup. So we will be organizing this discussion once again with our partners from European countries. And the most important outcome of our discussion being a certain agreement, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that there is an urgency of this issue for the region of Western Balkan. There is a need for certain actions, both at the national and sub-regional level, and certain support need to be provided. There is a already existing partnership, in between international organization and private sector, at least at the very initial stage. But there is a readiness to cooperate in this particular topic, and that will be our message, which we'll try to transfer, to our partners, and really to seek, their support and cooperation. This is, one trend of what we are planning to do, and actually the reason why we met with you exactly in the 2 weeks before this meeting, just to have a certain, agreement with you on that, because whatever been presented by for us, it's also based on your feedback, but this report is need to be always, checked with the countries, wherever our conclusions or wherever our, recommendations are in line with your thoughts. Second point, that we have a number of projects, and UNDP is a project-based organization. I don't know, fortunately or unfortunately, but very much depend on the projects we have. But luckily, we have different projects under implementation. And I would highly recommend for all the partners, especially from the national delegations which are participating today, to be in touch with our colleagues from country offices and to seek, like what we can do right now. I mean, not waiting while donors or some other partners will support us. We have a new project in Bosnia, and I very believe that it could be a starting point for us. And we feel very much comfortable, by all these discussions, because when we had our first regional meeting in Istanbul in 2018, everything been quite new for us. Right now, we have a special unit. We are fully equipped, and as I said, we have an agreement with the biggest reinsurance companies. But the point that this partnership is not only limited by those 17, yes? So we are open for any partnership with other. And that's my message to the colleagues from the private sector. Whatever you believe, that would be interesting for you to cooperate with us. We are happy to continue our consultations as a follow-up to this meeting, both at the national level, and we are happy to provide support any country in this region, particularly, or if you have ambitions to think about something sub-regional or regional, that's also will be fully in line with our plans. So this is the second stream of what we can do all together. And feel free to approach, because, for Tuga, I try to explain that it's a specificity of our region. It's a cultural thing. When no question doesn't mean that there is no question. Yeah. We really need to digest everything. We really need to understand. In the course of following, weeks and whatever, certain ideas maybe come to you. So please feel free to approach us. You have all the contacts. And for us, we are really looking for your support, because whatever UNDP is doing, it is driven by countries. We have a lot of millions of great ideas, but whatever it's important for you, then it's a combination of our mandate and whatever is really needed for the countries on the ground. So please feel free to approach us. And at this positive note, let me thank our colleagues from UNDP Serbia, first of all, for the great organization and support with a very short notice from our end, and sorry for that, but I guess it's been done in a very great way. So I want to thank our technical team and interpreters for their great work. Some of us speaks very fast, but you've been able to manage it. Thank you very much. And also very important thanks to all the participants, both from Serbia and from the countries of Western Balkans. We are always happy to see you, not just as the partners, but also as the partners for the future, like with whom we will be developing and who, in our view, would be the driver, of certain changes. Please feel free to be in touch with us, and let me thank you all and wish you a pleasant, time later on, and safe back to your countries. Yeah, thank you.